very warm welcome to all the delegates and speakers at our 2022 Working Internationally Conference. Cynefin is organised by ICOM UK in partnership with the National Museum Directors Council, the Federation of Museums and Art Galleries of Wales, with support from the Barker-Langen Consultancy, and last but not least, the Welsh Government. My name is Catherine McDermott, and I work as co-chair of ICOM UK. Our other co-chair, Christian Baars, will be speaking to you later on climate change. But on behalf of Christian and the whole committee, we are especially pleased to be working closely with our Welsh colleagues and offering the conference in both the Welsh and English languages. We have on our committee strong representation from the home nations, and ICOM UK is determined to showcase the pioneering and innovative work of museums and museum staff across the whole of the UK. So for the next 2 days, we'll be looking not only at the outstanding contribution of Welsh museums, but also international museums working across our chosen conference themes of climate change, community engagement, ageing and refugees. And we're also very pleased to welcome contributions from independent cultural commentators, emerging professionals, and ICOM UK travel grant recipients. Finally, on Friday, we have included a late addition to the programme to discuss the impact of armed conflict in our sector. To help you get the most from the conference today, there are a few netiquette tips also included on your delegate e-pack. The conference is translated live into Welsh, which you can access via the Welsh button towards the bottom of your screen. You can also access professional closed captions at the bottom right of the video screen. You can, and please do, post questions to speakers in the live chat. You can use the chat function to say who you are, where you work, and chat with other delegates. Any technical questions, please post them in the chat and we will do our best to help you. I'm now pleased to pass over to Catherine Simpson, NMDC, who has been a valued member of this year's conference working group, who will tell you a little more about our conference programme.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you, Catherine, for the introduction and for talking us through the house rules for the day. It's our 10th year of working with ICOM UK on the Working Internationally Conference and our second year of doing it online. We hope that you are all inspired by what you hear throughout the conference programme for the next 2 days. And we do have a very rich programme for you, which brings together examples of innovation, collaboration and forward thinking from Welsh museum sector and their international peers who are pushing boundaries. The model is conversive, so we're bringing together conversations between expert voices and those who are exemplifying best practice. Every Working Internationally conference tries to bring practical ideas for how museums can respond to global issues and collective challenges. We hope you will join us for the whole 2 days, but if you can't, do take the opportunity to listen back once recordings are available online. This morning, we're going to be hearing from Zehra Ahmed and Dr. Jenny Newell from the Australian Museum in conversation about how museums are responding to climate change with Christian Baars, ICOM co-chair. And Nigel Sadler is going to be talking to recipients of ICOM UK grants about how about the international projects that they have been able to deliver as a result. Then we'll be having a break at 2:45 before our afternoon sessions. After the break, we'll then hear how museums are learning to support more equitable futures and how they can help bridge community divides. We'll also have a networking session at the conference close at 5. Then tomorrow, we will be hearing about how museums are developing new thinking around programs for people with dementia, about the challenges and opportunities for new professionals in the sector, and as Catherine mentioned, looking at the impact of armed conflict on cultural heritage, and also at how museums are supporting refugees. First, Today, before we go any further, we're incredibly grateful to have an introduction to the day from the Deputy Minister for Arts and Sport and Chief Whip for the Welsh Government, Bowden. So without further ado, let's get started.
Well, thank you for inviting me to open this ICOM UK's 10th Working Internationally conference. And I'm really sorry I can't be with you in person and that you can't meet face to face here in Wales, because we would have loved to share our wonderful museums with you firsthand. However, I offer you a virtual croeso cynnes Cymraeg, a very warm Welsh welcome. Now, your conference theme is the Welsh word Cynefin, which translates as both familiar and habitat. It embodies the connections between our lived experience and the world we inhabit. Many connections in your museums and the stories they tell make those same connections, and as museum practitioners, you understand how important it is to preserve a viable legacy for future generations and at the same time meet the needs of today's communities. Now, the principles of Cynefin also underpin a key piece of legislation unique to Wales, our Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. This places a duty on all our public bodies to address 7 interlinked goals aimed at improving the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of Wales. Now, through the goal of being a globally responsible Wales, we recognise that the challenges we face are international. And the Welsh Government strategy for working internationally sets out our plans to address this, but all the goals have an international dimension. So our desire for a Wales of vibrant culture and thriving Welsh language will resonate with every nation, and especially those with fragile Indigenous languages. And of course, we are a nation of sanctuary, so I know that many museums across the country run programmes and projects to support refugees in our communities, and you'll hear more about both in tomorrow's sessions. Now, as part of our commitment to being a more prosperous and a more equal Wales, we've developed a new curriculum, which also places an emphasis on Cynefin. So schools will use their localities to understand both the national and the international. And we've commissioned the Group for Education in Museums to review and report on the opportunities for museums to support pupils and teachers. Now, the Welsh Government has also made a commitment to the mandatory teaching of Black, Asian and minority ethnic history in schools, and our Race Equality Action Plan will be published later this spring. And I was pleased to see that a large proportion of our local museums have already attended our innovative programme of workshops about how inequality manifests in museums and their collections, and the museum's role in tackling it and helping to create an anti-racist Wales. Now, the goal of being a more resilient Wales has provoked some wonderfully creative museum responses to climate change. For example, Ceredigion Museum used the theme of sheep to connect diverse communities in rural Wales to address land use issues. And despite lockdowns, the museum hosts monthly people's practice meetings to keep the dialogue open, and Carrie Cannon will be sharing her experience of that with you a little later. So tomorrow, some of your speakers will be discussing how museums can support people living with dementia and, of course, their families. And this responds to our goals of being a healthy Wales and a Wales of cohesive communities and, of course, supporting our Dementia Action Plan. So I'm delighted that the Welsh Government is partnering with National Museums Liverpool to develop a bilingual version of their award-winning app, The House of Memories. And this builds on the work already being done in museums across Wales, including Monmouthshire Museum's memory cafes and Amgueddfa Cymru's Museums of Memory. Now, the global pandemic has been a traumatic episode in our shared history, but it has also presented opportunities for understanding and collaboration, not least in the virtual environment that we're sharing today. So I'm pleased that the Welsh Government has been able to support museums across Wales during the pandemic. And our programme for government until 2026 contains a clear commitment to continue to invest in our museums. Now, I know that none of the work to which I have referred could take place without the dedicated workforce represented at this conference, and I thank you all. I also acknowledge the importance of sector organisations such as ICOM and the Federation of Museums and Art Galleries. By helping to safeguard culture from neglect or attack from climate change or from human aggressors, you enable community and identity to thrive. And I encourage you to make the most of this conference to strengthen your international partnerships, networks and understanding. And thank you for choosing Wales as the focus for your deliberations. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Hello. I will now say a few words, firstly in Welsh and then in English alternately, so you don't need to change any rooms for translation. Yn gyntaf, diolch I Bowden, Dir Prif Nidog y Celfyddydau a Chwaraeon a Phrif Chwip Llywodraeth Cymru am ei chyflwyniad agoriadol ysbrydoledig ac am y gefnogaeth I gynnal y gynhadledd yma. Many thanks to Dawn Bowden, Deputy Minister for Arts and Sports and Chief Whip, Welsh Government, for her inspiring opening presentation and for the support towards this conference. Fi di Nes Thomas, Llywydd Ffederasiwn Amgueddfa a Gorielau Cymru, ac ar ran y Ffederasiwn hoffwn diolch I bawb am y cyfle I fod yn rhan o'r gynhadledd bwysig yma, a croeso I Gymru ar-lein. Ffederasiwn Amgueddfa a Gorielau Celf Cymru yw'r corff strategol annibynnol ar gyfer y sector yng Nghymru, a'n cenhadaeth ydy cefnogi ac eiriol dros y safonau ucha o ddarpariaeth amgueddfeydd ledled Cymru. Mae amgueddfeydd yng Nghymru yn rhwydweithiau cymunedol sy'n dod mewn gwahanol siapiau meintiau gan greu un sector adnodd sy'n actodd gwych. Gallai'n symrywio fod yn rhai cenedlaethol mawr I fod yn rhai annibynnol gyda gwirfoddolwyr. A maent yn gweithio'n dda mewn partneriaeth nid yn unig a'i gilydd, ond â sectorau eraill fel y celfyddyda, iechyd a lles, addysg, yr economi a thwristiaeth. Ac ers datganoli, mae amgueddfeydd wedi cefnogi cyflawni amcanion holl bwysig Llywodraeth Cymru ac awdurdodau lleol. Mae'r gynhadledd yma yn danos sut mae amgueddfeydd trwy'r byd gan gynnwys Cymru yn cefnogi cymunedau ac yn rhan o ddeialogau pwysig ar gyfer ein dyfodol. So I'm Nes Thomas, President of the Federation of the Museums and Art Galleries of Wales, and on behalf of the Federation, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to be part of this important conference. So welcome to Wales Online. The Federation of Museums and Art Galleries of Wales is the independent strategic body for the sector in Wales, and our mission is to support and advocate for the highest standard of museum provision throughout Wales. Museums in Wales are a community network that come in various shapes and sizes, and they create one sector, which is a fantastic resource. They can vary from a large national to independents with volunteers. They work well in partnership, not only with each other, but with other sectors such as the arts, health and well-being, education, economy and tourism. And since devolution, museums have supported the delivery of critical Welsh Government and local authority objectives. This conference demonstrates how museums around the world, including Wales, are supporting their communities and are taking part in important dialogues regarding our future. Mae'r thema cynefin yn berthnasol I bawb, ac fel nododd y Dirprwy Gweinidog, mae'r ddeddf cenedlaethau'r dyfodol, a'r rhaglen Llywodraeth Cymru yn rhoi cyfleoedd I amgueddfeydd yng Nghymru gyfrannu at eu hegwyddorion eang. Bydd y gynhadledd hon yn amlygu llawer o'r themau yma. The theme of Cynefin, not easily to directly translate, but roughly means habitat or a sense of place, is universal. As the Deputy Minister noted, the Future Generation Act of Wales and the Programme for Welsh Governments provide opportunities for museums in Wales to contribute towards their principles, and this conference will highlight many of these themes. Ar hyn o bryd rydym yn gwynebu cyfnod newid ac ansicrwydd, gydag anhydraddoldebau a rhaniadau o fewn y cymunedau, oherwydd amgylchiadau amrywiol. Mae amgueddfeydd yn defnyddio eu casgliadau I helpu cymunedau wneud synwyr o'r byd a darparu cyfleoedd I ddysgu, ymgysylltu a llunio eu dyfodol. Drwyddi draw, mae amgueddfeydd yn ystod y pandemig yng Nghymru wedi parhau I gefnogi eu cymunedau. Mae'r pandemig wedi cryfhau'r dystiolaeth o'r angen am amgueddfeydd Cymru, ac er ei fod wedi bod yn gyfnod heriol, mae llawer o wersi wedi dysgu a chyfleoedd newydd yn dod i'r amlwg. Mae angen I ni barhau ar gwaith da yma. Wrth I ni ail-adeiladu ein cymdeithas, bydd gan amgueddfeydd drwy'r byd I gyd rôl unigryw. At present, we are facing a time of change and uncertainty with inequalities and divisions within the communities due to various circumstances, and museums are using their collections to help communities to make sense of the world and to provide opportunities to learn, engage and shape their futures. Throughout the pandemic, museums in Wales have continued to support local communities. The pandemic has strengthened the evidence of need for Welsh museums, and even though it's been a challenging time, there are many lessons learned and new opportunities emerging. We need to carry on the good work. As we rebuild our society, museums throughout the world will have a unique role. Felly, dwi'n gobeithio nwch chi mwynhau y gynhadledd heddiw yma. I hope you will enjoy today, the conference today, and also it carries on into tomorrow. I'm also now introducing our first session of the conference, and this is a conversation between museums in Wales and Australia and how they address and influence climate change. I'm now handing over to Dr. Christian Baars, National Museums of Liverpool in England and ICOM UK co-chair, as well as Dr. Jenny Newell and Zehra Ahmed, Australian Museum in Australia. It will be pre-recorded for 45 minutes, and there will be a time for questions around 10 minutes at the end. Felly diolch yn fawr a croeso unwaith eto I Gymru. So thank you very much and welcome again to Wales.
Climate change session at the 2022 ICOM UK Working Internationally conference. Climate change affects every aspect of life on Earth. This means that every museum has something to say about it. In this session, we want to focus on the practical steps museums can take to reduce the impact of their operations and carbon emissions, and how we can change the conversation around through exhibitions and online content on climate change solutions. Decarbonisation, energy efficiency, circular economy, government targets. What do these terms mean, and how can any museum translate them into concrete action? How are museums curating content on climate change and the solutions that exist right here and now? If you're not a decision maker, how do you persuade the people who are? We will cut through the jargon and give you ideas about specific measures that you'll be able to take home and implement in your museum. My name is Dr. Christian Baars, and I'm the co-chair of ICOM UK. In my day job, I look after the people who care for the 4 million collection items at National Museums Liverpool. It is my absolute pleasure today to introduce two of the trendsetters in sustainability work in the global museum sector. Dr. Jenny Newell is Manager of Climate Change Projects at the Australian Museum. She works to advance understanding and engagement in climate change. With a focus on the Pacific and Australia, she has held curatorial roles in London, Canberra, New York, and Sydney. She continues to explore the potentials for positive human-nature relationships through community collaborations, publications, and exhibitions. Zehra Ahmed is the Sustainability and Access Projects Coordinator at the Australian Museum. Zehra led the development, launch, and management of the Australian Museum's strategic projects, including the Sustainability Action Plan and the Accessibility and Inclusion Action Plan. She oversaw energy upgrades and implementing waste management best practice across the Australian Museum and collaborated with various key stakeholders to position the museum as an innovative leader in these fields. Through Zehra's leadership, the Australian Museum is now climate active, which means carbon neutral, and a global leader. Jenny and Zehra, current average warming is at 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report, which has just come out recently, shows that the world will probably reach or exceed 1.5% degrees warming within the next 2 decades. Whether we limit warming to this level and prevent the most severe climate impacts depends on action taken this decade. What are the current climate-related challenges affecting people in Australia? Is climate change a public concern in Australia?
Thanks, Christian. Yes, it is of concern, and we certainly have many challenges here. You might have heard recently of the very severe floods. We've got severe weather of all sorts in Australia now, and of course bushfires are a major one. Something that people might not realise is that extreme heat is a major problem here, and it's actually heat that kills more people than all other natural disasters combined. So we have a lot of challenges, severe storms, sea level rise causing erosion of coastlines, and of course a lot of biodiversity loss. So that's it's really tragic, and we've got a very, very bad track record on biodiversity loss, and particularly of mammals. Lack of action is also another challenge here. So there is a high level of concern across the Australian public, but often a sort of an uncertainty about acting, not necessarily knowing what to do. And that's, although business is really stepping up, that we've got issues with some levels of government not taking the kind of leadership that we all need, that all countries around the world really need to be taking. So many challenges, but also many really exciting solutions coming forward.
I could answer that as well in regards to our actual buildings and our site. So in regards to extreme weather events within Sydney and severe storms, we've had significant damage of our roofs. I remember we had an event about 6 years ago where we had water running down the walls and hitting display cases, which was really upsetting to see. And in addition to that, when we have significant heat waves in Sydney, we have power outages, and it's something that we have to continually monitor and be very cautious about in terms of if we were to have a power outage. So all the things that Jenny touched on as well are things that very much we're concerned about, our organisation, our collections and our site.
So the effects are there definitely already, and people are concerned about it. What does the Australian Museum do to connect to the concerns of its communities? And are there perhaps different communication approaches for different communities?
Yes, it's a great question. So we're certainly trying to connect to our communities and really doing research to try and figure out how to connect to the different communities out there. So when you're looking at the Australian climate audience, there's certainly very clear segments within that audience. And that tracks the sort of research into audience segmentation that's being done in other countries here in the UK and in America and elsewhere. Similar kinds of segments within the Australian population when it comes to attitudes to climate change and the kinds of messaging that will work for those particular groups. So moving from the alarmed to the concerned, to the cautious, to the disengaged, to the deniers, we are really trying to focus on reaching out to the cautious and the disengaged as much as possible, although it's easier for us to reach the people who are already concerned and alarmed because they're already on board. But really to try and reach that other segment of the audience, the people who perhaps don't come to the museum ordinarily, is certainly challenging, but we're finding ways forward with that. So we're developing a really exciting new touring exhibition, and that one's called Future Now, and it's all about finding sustainable ways forward with our ways of life. We've got 3 dioramas of different human nature landscapes. They're kind of ideal landscapes. And through that exhibition, we're trying to help people see the different community-based solutions and nature-based solutions and technology-based solutions that can help to create a better future now. We have to act now is the message, and we have the solutions we need now to create a future that's safer, cleaner, healthier and fairer. So those kinds of words are words that are always going to resonate with any audience, and we certainly know that speaking to safety and clean air, clean water, those kinds of issues do actually connect with any audience. And talking about new technology is something that reaches people who are on the denier end. So that's sort of something that does help to get some cut through. We're also looking at social media. It's a really effective way of reaching people across many different communities, different age groups, different cultural communities and different geographic areas within our region. And we're just wanting to find ways of getting what we're doing out beyond the walls of the museum and out into towns and coastal communities, and really working with people who are on the ground to tell their stories, and also bringing in people from the Pacific who have been on the front line for so long, and making sure we're providing platforms for them and for First Nations people in Australia to provide their voices and to really reach out to the broader community to raise the alarm and to help people understand the importance of stewardship. So that's a lot that we can do as a museum, and it's a really exciting time for us starting to ramp up on all those areas.
Yeah, I believe you have a Climate Solutions Centre. How does that work?
Yes, that's right. So I'm heading up the Climate Solutions Centre. We'll be launching that properly soon, but we're certainly doing a lot of that work already, and we are through the Climate Solutions Centre, we are bringing people together who are experts in solutions, in talking to communities, in telling stories, and just using this as a way of galvanising the general public. So helping people understand climate change and helping people to step up to engagement and really empower them to take action in their own lives. So yeah, it's an exciting new initiative, and we've just put together an advisory board. So people from across many different walks of life will be helping us, and we'll be hoping to have like fellowships, visiting fellowships for First Nations advisors and knowledge holders of all sorts. So it's going to be a really exciting new phase for the museum.
Good. Is the talking of communities, is the Australian Museum leading on discussions? And is it attempting to influence and change minds, or is it being led by the needs of its communities? What I mean is the Australian an activist museum, or is the work of the Australian Museum a reflection of a two-way interaction?
Yes, so we are hoping to lead, but we are also doing that in response to what we're hearing from the various segments of the community that we're wanting to really reach. And so we are certainly listening for the questions that people have. We've had various programs. So the Oceania Rising program in 2018 was designed to hear from the Pacific community in Sydney and gather some like crowdsource questions from that community and find out what it was that they wanted to know about, and to help provide them a platform to amplify their voices and to seek those kinds of questions in the ways they wanted to. So that was great fun, and it was a really wonderful program with lots of activities and workshops and exhibitions. So we can certainly be doing a lot more listening, and that's part of our program through the Climate Solutions Centre, is to have much more going out into communities and hearing what people's concerns are, what the solutions are they're taking forward, and in addressing those kinds of concerns and helping to find answers from a broad range of communities and broad range of audiences to those questions. So we are also really trying to lead because it's part of our mission. So the Australian Museum has a new mission, and part of that is to change the conversation on climate change. So I'm super proud of that, and it's really something that we're working towards very actively. So it's a bold space for a museum to step into, but a really important one. I really feel that it's our responsibility because we care for nature and culture through our collections. That's the collections we have at the Australian Museum. We have science-based collections and we have culture-based collections, and so it's really important that people understand that we're bringing people and nature together, and we have a responsibility to do what we can to care for people and nature.
Mm-hmm. That sounds great. So, moving on to sort of more practical measures and how this fits into policy. Last year here in the UK, the government brought forward its commitment of an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 15 years. The aim is now to achieve this by 2030. But a recent report by the Chartered Management Institute suggests that while the importance of the green agenda is increasingly well recognized, far too few organizations are taking the urgent action needed to transform the economy to a low carbon future. Here, the Arts Council, which funds more than 200 museums, asks museums no longer to be merely sustainable and monitor environmental data, but to take responsibility for the environment across all their work. The Arts Council are asking the sector to align its work to relevant environmental policies, the evolving science, and to frameworks such as net zero carbon pathways. There's a lot of guidance, much of which is quite abstract for many people. I wonder if you would explain what this actually means in practice, Zehra, perhaps. How do you translate policy and guidance into actions? And what practical measures does the Australian Museum take to reduce the carbon footprint of its operations?
I'm going to attempt to make policy sexy because I think policy is really exciting. Net zero targets are so important. And whilst being carbon neutral, so I'm just going to explain the difference between carbon neutral and net zero. So carbon neutral, and just quickly, I'm going to address the question of greenwashing. This isn't greenwashing in that it's an actual step that you take to benchmark. So we've done this against the federal government certification. So we've measured our carbon footprint, and I'm happy to tell you how much it is. It's around 5,500 tonnes. We've looked at all the various energy efficiency projects we can do, as much solar as we can put on our roof, all the various projects that we can minimise our energy and waste and various other areas where we emit carbon. And then we offset the remaining emissions. So that's how you become carbon neutral. Okay, so carbon neutral involves offsetting. Net zero means that you wouldn't have to offset at all. It means that you would have an electric fleet. You would be 100% powered by solar. So this is very much achievable. And this is why I think talking about this policy is so exciting. And this is why I love the fact that the museum is carbon neutral and climate active, because it shows that it isn't actually hard, that we can pivot, that we can adapt, that we can implement these steps. So the beauty of having a carbon footprint is it shows you where all your emissions are. And then you can plan and prioritise to reduce them. And as Jenny talks about in her exhibitions, I love the overlap with this. So many of these solutions already exist. So for the bulk of cultural institutions, it will always be scope 2, which is, so in a carbon footprint, you have scope 1, 2, and 3. Scope 1 is what you burn directly on site. So this would refer to things like gas, dehumidification, refrigerants, and this can be electrified. Scope 2 is what you buy, and this is your energy use. And this is the biggest part for cultural institutions. And this is because we have to light up our beautiful galleries. We have to keep our collections cool. So you could safely say that the bulk of emissions that come from cultural institutions is going to be scope 2. And then scope 3 looks downstream and upstream, and it encompasses every aspect of your business. So it might be a piece of timber that I buy to build an exhibition table, the nails, the varnish, everything that goes onto it, touring it as part of the show, and then the end of life treatment, whether it's recycled or whether it's put into landfill. So every single aspect is captured. And then it means you can make kind of important decisions and prioritise where and how you're going to, as quickly as possible, reduce your emissions.
Thanks, Zehra. I wonder if I could just follow that up with a question about the kind of technologies that you've implemented or changed at the museum to make these achievements.
So I have a few that I can mention. So firstly, we did a large HVAC upgrade, and this in combination with some trial experimenting around our temperature and humidity control. So if you think about the Australian Museum, it's this beautiful thick sandstone walls, which has really good thermal mass, holds the temperature really well. Basically, our manager of conservation at the time trialled turning off the air conditioning on the weekends and at the night, and allowing for certain parameters of temperature and humidity drift. So the combination of the HVAC upgrade, which is heating, ventilation and air conditioning, as well as this new way of looking at temperature control for the collections, reduced our energy use by 23%. In addition to this, all of our front of house lights are LED. And then we sourced some funding to do a back of house LED upgrade, and we replaced nearly all of our back of house lights. And in some instances, we reduced the energy use by 90%. So we have, certain lights in certain areas that dims in alignment with WHS. It dims to about 30%, and then the minute someone walks in the area, it lights up again. And then I would also just love to mention our new entrance. So the Australian Museum is the first museum in Australia, and it's got this beautiful heritage buildings. But our new entrance is actually designed as carbon neutral Crystal Hall. So you'll see some images of it as this beautiful light glass box. And in it, it has these wonderful, innovative technologies, such as piping underneath the floor. So in summer, it's cool and it helps keep the temperature cooler, and in winter, it's warm and so on. And there's panels on the roof as well that help offset the energy use. So it's a very energy efficient building. Mm-hmm. And I think it weds really beautifully with this image of, the heritage historic site, and then this new innovative carbon neutral design for the entrance. And it's a really great conversation to have in terms of it's much easier, obviously, to build a new museum that's very energy efficient. But the challenge is to look at the buildings that we already have and to implement energy efficiency upgrades and look at, how we can pivot and adapt. And then another key thing, I mentioned our carbon footprint is around 5,500 tonnes. About 70% of that is just from the energy use. So we're in the process of switching to 100% renewable energy. Once I do that, our carbon footprint will be down to, under 2,000 tonnes, which is great. And then we'll continue to reduce and reduce year on year. So they're kind of some of the key projects that we have done and implemented. And in addition, I'll just mention one last one, which is waste. We did do a rebuild that was $58 million. We were closed for about 18 months. And in that, we included a waste from refurbishment plan as part of the tender. And we report on our website that 90% of all construction waste was diverted from landfill. It was actually much higher. It was about 94%. So we reused the timber flooring from the Pacific collections. Balustrade was melted down and reused. So, pretty much whatever really couldn't be reused or recycled was sent to landfill. So again, another really good example of how easy it is to improve and make things better.
That's that you mentioned the sort of level of investment required, though there is, I think this decade will require a very large scaling up of investments, not just in museums but across all sectors, which will then allow us in the following 2 decades to meet our decarbonisation targets. Now, decarbonisation on the path to net zero means to reduce the amount of energy we generate from fossil fuels and increase the amount we generate from renewables. Electricity from wind farms and solar voltaics is now already the cheapest form of energy. Why don't we just integrate solar panels into museum buildings everywhere?
At the Australian Museum, it's a little bit tricky because there's certain heritage requirements. So in Australia, if you can see the roof from the street, you're not allowed to put solar panels on it. So this is part of the heritage requirements that we have to meet. In all reality, even if I were to cover the whole site in solar, it would only meet about 10% of the energy demand. So for me, it's more efficient to switch to 100% green power or go out and do a PPA. Obviously, there's some issues around that in that we're state run, so we have to kind of work with state government around that. But you are completely spot on in that it's really nuts that we're not all using renewable energy, and you can keep your collections at the wonderful temperature without having to worry about your energy use if you're using renewable energy. So.
And how about, I think there's also a question of if you're using a lot of energy, replacing all of that with renewable is perhaps unrealistic. So do you think the first approach has to be reduce the amount of energy required and then cover whatever is left with renewables?
There certainly isn't an issue in terms of renewables being able to meet the demand. So, as the demand increases, more sites pop up. And for something like a cultural institution, you'd have a mixture of solar and wind, so you continue to use your air conditioning at night. Sorry, the second part of that question was, yes, of course, it makes absolute sense to continue to look at energy efficiency, to switch to LED lights. It can result in significant savings. And I think that's just very easy to argue in terms of return on investment. You're paying less in terms of your energy use, which is one of the reasons why it is such a great project to look at.
Mm-hmm. For many people, accepting the realities of climate change involves going essentially through the 5 stages of grief, which would be initially denial, then anger, then bargaining, eventually depression, and finally acceptance. One of the best ways of working through grief is through empowerment and action. Museums can become refuges. For example, the number of visitors may peak during really, really hot days when we've got air conditioning and some communities can't afford that. So there is a question of social and environmental justice, and also in many countries of indigenous rights. It's often those on low incomes who can least afford to run expensive air conditioning. Fuel poverty plays a role here, which in the UK is a big discussion topic. How can museums empower people and communities communities to take mitigation and adaptation actions?
Yeah, so museums are really well placed to do that. To really encourage people across many different communities and across many different income situations to be able to take action. And one of the great things about doing messaging in this area and really putting those messages into exhibitions and our outreach is that there's a lot that can be done to make life more affordable, to make things more affordable if you're going down a sustainable route. So either you're growing your own vegetables, or you're tapping into a solar panel or a solar grid, a microgrid or community solar. So you don't have to have the big outlay initially, but you can certainly start tapping into that incredibly cheap electricity. Solar's now the most, as you were saying, it's the cheapest electricity that humanity has ever produced. So it's a really exciting time for justice, really, for that sort of social justice. And we are making sure that our messaging through our exhibitions, the touring exhibitions we're doing and the work we have online, is really making that clear that this is not just for people who can afford to buy a Tesla. This is something that everyone can get on board with. And it's really exciting that you can not only reduce your costs, you can also create stronger communities. You can become more resilient because you're putting in a community garden in your neighbourhood and you're meeting other people. And we see increasingly that in a natural disaster, it's your neighbours who will save you almost certainly. It's very unlikely, or the chances of the state being able to come to your aid in any of these incidents is increasingly reducing because the scale of the extreme weather is so large that there's just no way that you can expect that. So we're really wanting to make sure that people recognise that meeting your neighbours, building strong communities, growing things together, buying less, sharing more is really, really important now. And it's not just for the here and now. It's important to make sure you can make it in the years to come. So certainly helping people to see how much they can do themselves and how much they can work collectively to become more resilient is something that we think is a really good message for people to pick up and take and keep with them, and recognise that this is a super hard time. We're dealing with a lot of grief, particularly around species loss, losing the places that we love, losing people we love, and without strong communities, without really recognising what it is that we can do ourselves, we're just going to keep wallowing in anxiety and all those different stages of grief. But there's this really positive way forward, and museums are great at telling those kinds of powerful stories. So yeah, I think it's the sort of thing that any museum can really bring to the fore, that your own community has so many of these stories, and telling them is a really important thing to do, these sort of powerful stories for creating positive futures. So I think something we can all step up to.
Yeah. So far we've been talking about mitigation, which is essentially trying to keep below 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature, and essentially trying to avoid the worst case scenarios. But many people are now talking about adaptation. Global change, climate change is happening, and the impacts are being felt already through supply chains, electricity systems, and largely because of weather-related factors and overheating buildings. So we need to really be better prepared for unpredictable extremes, and that means increasing our resilience. You've already mentioned that. This includes preparing for unforeseen catastrophic events, which happened, just recently in Australia, the large-scale flooding in Germany last summer, and these are so-called low likelihood, high impact events. Are there any thoughts in the Australian museum sector about adaptation?
This is a piece of work we're doing in the next few months, and Christian, I'd be more than happy to share with you our climate change adaptation and resilience plan. It will be focused on how the museum will deal with extreme weather events, but I also just wanted to add to your point about, how do we prepare for the challenges of climate change? And so many new builds that are happening that are 6 Green Star or BREEAM or, align with these wonderful international standards are built to withstand severe weather events. They have their own energy supply. And I think it's demonstrable that, you know, that link then as well around even personal housing. So, for example, in Australia, we've just had a conversation around ensuring that the building code is improved so that we have climate change resilient housing. And somehow, amazingly, you know, not a surprise really, in Australia, it's got dropped again. But you have this wonderful example of passive houses that is an actual standard in Germany. And Jenny and I literally just went and saw a passive house in the local suburb near where I live. And this house is built prepared for bushfires. They have soft sprinklers that will run over the house for 4 days in the event of an ember attack, which is a bushfire, and embers travel up to 200 metres. They also have a filtration system in their house that will filter out the smoke from fires, because this is expected in Australia. It's built to withstand severe rain and storms and so on. This house wasn't that much more expensive to build. And so I think, you know, the museum and museums in general, especially when they do new builds, they are inspirational in that they get to show us that the innovation and the smarts are there. And it's really then about educating the people for what to ask for the government to say, you know, we want climate resilient houses as a basic standard. You know, we need that, especially in Australia. I'm kind of amazed that it's, you know, it's not happened. But anyway, this is the state of play in Australia. Sorry, I'll stop talking about politics.
That's fine. Politics does come into it. And, you know, where we said earlier that we're influenced by policies, and likewise the communities who we serve influence politicians as well. So there's a big politics feedback. So projecting all of this into the future, we're making the optimistic assumption that all of what we just talked about is going to have a positive impact, being really optimistic. The sector overall, the museum sector, is incredibly active, for example, through the Climate Heritage Network and various other networks, which are committed to mobilizing arts, culture and heritage to address climate change and support communities. The Climate Heritage Network, for example, seeks to scale up culture-based climate action and to highlight the cultural dimension of climate policy as policy, again, through coordination and cooperation amongst its members. But I wonder, kind of, what does a positive impact actually look like? What are the measures of our success? How do we know that we've achieved our goals?
Yes, so certainly this really speaks to the importance of measuring and really finding out what kinds of impacts we're having if we're really meeting our targets for connecting to the communities we're wanting to reach. And that's one of those things that we're trying to do at the Australian Museum, tracking audience responses to our programming, but also doing general surveys of the general community to see what kinds of questions people have they'd like answered and whether they would think about coming to a museum at all. And because I think until you sort of get through that barrier and have people expecting this museum to be speaking about climate change and to be a source of information on climate change, then we're not going to reach them at all. And so that's one of the things we're wanting to do. But we also know that we're having an impact just from the conversations we have with people around our events and people coming to our exhibitions. So we had an exhibition at the museum recently called Spark, Australian Innovations Tackling Climate Change. And that was a really, you know, bright and cheery exhibition in our main hall that focused on, of course, these very positive perspectives of all the great solutions that are out there, whether it's supporting biodiversity or, you know, cultural practices such as cultural burning or regenerative farming and technology. And being there in that exhibition and hearing people talking and having people come in for associated events was just really wonderful, because you could really see that it was having that kind of the impact that we were hoping it would have. And hearing parents talk to their children, they were having the kinds of conversations we'd really hoped for. So that was really exciting. And that exhibition is now online, and we know that like over 30,000 people have seen it since it went online a few months ago. So that's already, you can see that there's interest and that people are coming back and getting more out of that kind of information. We also know that we have the capacity to reach school groups quite effectively, and the kinds of back and forth conversations we have with school groups with video conferencing and through classes that come to the museum are the sorts of things we we're doing to some extent, but we want to build on that in coming years. We also know that those kinds of conversations are effective, and that the students seem to be taking away quite a lot of the answers they were hoping to find, but also it raises more questions for them, and they're actually talking about climate change. And that's the key thing, really, is to help facilitate that kind of safe discussion, because there's so many ways that talking about climate change in Australia, maybe many other countries too, feels a little bit risky, that you're not really sure about the science, you're not maybe as much of an expert as you should be. It's a topic that people are going to roll their eyes about. It's a bit of a downer. And so it's often quite hard for people to just get into talking about climate change in any way, and even with their family and friends. So the museum helping to facilitate those kinds of conversations actually has quite a big impact, and helping people to feel more confident to talk about all these sorts of impacts and the solutions that are out there is actually, already having an impact. So that's really encouraging. Mm-hmm. Over to you, Zehra.
Okay, so talking about the building side, I know I talked about the museum being carbon neutral, and it sounds a bit like that might be the end point, and it's completely not the end point. It's the beginning point for us, being carbon neutral. So what we're actually aiming for is net zero and carbon positive. And the reason why is that I think the overwhelming response that we tend to get whenever we engage with people about climate change is it's this big, complex problem that can't be fixed, and it very much can be. And so through talking about the buildings and measuring how we're able to deliver, we're able to present how simple the solutions are. So some examples that I would give would be partnerships. So, for example, we partner with the City of Sydney Sustainable Destinations Partnership. And through that single collective, the City of Sydney has some really ambitious targets around reducing greenhouse gas emissions through the city by, I think it's 70% off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I need the numbers exactly in front of me. Waste by 90% by 2030, so within the next 10 years. And the brilliant part of this, and this is measurable, is we are talking about the solutions that we want to see and that we want to drive. And I know everyone loves to talk about waste, but it's really about where you spend your money. And that isn't just museums, that's everybody every day getting behind the solutions that they want to see go up and thrive and be the predominant solutions. So collectively with that City of Sydney project, we've managed to eliminate single-use plastic. We've all switched to 100% compostable. We've driven a much larger uptake of organics across the city, switching to renewable energy, reducing water through various water efficiency measures across all of our sites. This isn't just museums, this is hotels, restaurants, entertainment venues. So there's really measurable deliverables. And when we partner, and I love how Jenny says this, we're stronger together. So, we aren't just a museum, we are part of tourism more broadly. And so talking about sustainable tourism is very important. And how do we connect to everybody else that's involved in that conversation? So talking about measuring targets and going carbon positive is, again, about putting us on the sides of the solutions. And Jenny and I and myself have given talks where we've had directors come up to us and go, right, that was cool. We'd like to become carbon neutral. Can you sit down and tell us how to do it? And we've had that happen quite a few times. So it is about those conversations. And one thing I love about cultural institutions is they're very competitive. So, for example, for us, anytime I present, I always talk about the Sydney Opera House. The Sydney Opera House is, streets ahead of us in this area. So is, Taronga Zoo is also doing a great job in this area. So in the short period of time that Jenny and I have been talking about this, we've seen roles in major cultural institutions in Sydney that are just sustainability roles pop up. So I would absolutely say that there is really significant change that we're seeing. And not to mention the number of talks such as these ones that you're running, Christian, where, there is an interest in talking about how do cultural institutions address climate change and sustainability. And then I think lastly, I just mentioned the group that Jenny set up, which was called Seeker, which it started off as GLAM, Galleries, Libraries, Archives and Museums, and we changed it to Seeker, which is Sydney Cultural Institutions for Climate Action. And this group started off very informally as just catching up, having a coffee, and we're very organised now. We run workshops around, how to do sustainable exhibitions, talking about sustainable procurement, how do you communicate and connect with the public and those that are disengaged on climate change. So, you know, I think there's definitely some very measurable targets in terms of how we're communicating on how very fixable this problem is. And then just lastly, you know, I talked about transitioning to net zero and also carbon offsetting. They're also very helpful for the public to understand that reducing our emissions isn't that hard. And then the second part of the situation with climate change is drawdown. So, you know, when we talk about offsetting projects, we're also talking about climate justice. And I think that's really important. So talking about projects overseas, talking about renewable energy uptake overseas and how that has a flow on and co-benefits for clean air. And yeah, so I like that part, that we get to talk about being carbon neutral, and it gets to give us a chance to actually talk about how do we address climate change.
You're really, I mean, it's amazing how many integrated projects you're doing, because you're not just tackling one aspect of it, but it's a totally all-encompassing system that you've created there. And you know, this is why it's so many people are coming to you for advice. You know, this is you're really very much at the forefront, I think, within the sector, even though there's a lot happening in the sector as well. And I guess the next debates now, which have already started, and we're about to hear a lot more about in the next few years, are about retreat from areas where human populations are becoming unsustainable, degrowth and other alternative economic models, climate refugees and population shrinkage. And I guess museums, again, will be at the forefront of these very global discussions. Is there anything on your horizon already in these sort of next level discussions?
So I guess what we're thinking of at the moment is really addressing the kinds of ways that the museum can be more of a refuge, that a heat refuge, and potentially, you know, a refuge in times of other extreme events. We haven't really started to think about how we manage the influx of larger populations into a city like Sydney. But that's certainly something that will need to be on our agenda moving forward. But I know there's many other parts of the world where that's already a major issue that has to be addressed now. And it won't be long before it's something that we'll need to be really tackling. Yeah, Zehra, did you have any thoughts on that?
I was just going to say, Christian, I wish we could have this conversation in a few months once I've done my climate change adaptation and resilience planning, because it actually will model those exact scenarios where there's a severe storm in Sydney and there's power outages that go on for an extended period of time, and it's exactly about modeling that, and it's about talking about what role can museums play, and I think we can play a very significant role. But I think, in all honesty, whilst I love talking about sustainability, it is the work that Jenny Newell does, and it's the work that cultural institutions play around educating the population around climate change that is the most powerful and will have the greatest effect to help prepare people for what's already coming down the pipeline and what will continue to come down the pipeline. Because it's our Prime Minister went, we could have never foreseen these extreme floods. Everybody's been talking about the risk of flooding, everybody. And that is the part that I find makes me the most angry and the most heartbroken, really, is that people's lives are put in danger, and people died in these floods, and that could have been mitigated through an adaptation, climate change adaptation resilience planning, which New South Wales government actually has a framework for. So it is really about the work that Jenny does with educating the public around that will have a really big impact. And that's where I really see the role and the power of cultural institutions. We aren't some of the biggest emitters of carbon. Yes, buildings are, but we aren't some of the biggest offenders. But the biggest chance and the biggest role that we have to play really is in this space, is the work that Jenny does in terms of educating the public around climate change and climate solutions.
Thank you. I very much look forward to continuing the discussion with you, of course, in the next few months and years. There's a lot more to come, not just from the Australian Museum, but from the museum sector in general. This has been an incredibly positive conversation. Zehra, Jenny, thank you so much. I want to really thank you from the depth of my heart for your inspiring contributions. What you've achieved and are continuing to achieve at the Australian Museum is absolutely world leading, and you're an honest inspiration. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us, Christian.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Thanks, Christian. It's been a pleasure.
Hello, welcome again from me. Thank you so much to Jenny and Zehra, who unfortunately can't be with us today because of the time difference with Australia. This is 11 hours, I believe, and I heard from Jenny earlier, and she was hoping that the session was going very well. We do have a couple of really interesting questions prepared from the chat. Thank you so much for writing these in. The first one was from Maria about whether museums should recruit sustainability teams or external advisors. That is a really, really good question, and we've been discussing this lots in the sector, and also me personally with Jenny and Zehra. There is, interestingly enough, today we have, I think in Lisa today, I think you put your hand up in the chat earlier as well as the sustainability manager for the Beamish. Thank you so much for being here today. It would be fantastic actually to pull you into this discussion. In terms of actually creating a team at the museum to produce resources, generate ideas, see where the organization is going, it is just as easy often to start a little sustainability team made up of staff who volunteer for this. Perhaps there are lots and lots of ideas amongst staff always. If the resources are there, which in many museums, especially the smaller ones, perhaps are not, but if the resources are there, some of the larger museums, such as the Australian Museum, have created staff positions clearly, and the Beamish as well. So that is something to think about, going along the line. There is funding for those sort of things as well, both from within the sector and externally too. So it is entirely possible actually to generate those positions, perhaps, as well as tapping into the plethora of resources that are out there in the sector internationally. And I'll be, if there are, Maria, if you wanted to chat about this perhaps, or anybody else afterwards, I'd be very happy to give some further advice. There was also a question from Carrie about advice for small museums with limited resources. Again, really pertinent question. The vast majority of all museums are small and often tied into the larger networks of local authorities. So this means sometimes that you are perhaps not in charge of your electricity supplier, so you can't necessarily choose a green tariff. You're not necessarily in charge of of your maintenance within of the air conditioning systems within the building. However, what any museum can do really is look for efficiency savings, which will save you money, of course, as well. So energy savings, and there is a lot of funding available for energy savings. Many energy savings don't actually cost much money. Every museum, absolutely every museum anywhere in the world is able to contribute to the climate change debates via storytelling and messaging. And lastly, actually, this is quite, Carrie, I know that you personally have a lot of experience there yourself. So I think for a lot of small museums, contacting you yourself is perhaps a really, really good advice, because I know you're doing lots and lots of good work. And then I'm looking at my screen there to see how much time I've got left. I think there are a few minutes left. There was also a question about Scope 3 emissions. Really, really good one. Very interesting. Just to run through this very briefly, in terms of emissions are divided into three different areas. So the first one will be Scope 1, your emissions from energy that you're generating at the museum itself. So for example, your gas boiler, that would be Scope 1 emissions, the gas boiler that runs your central heating system. Scope 2 emissions would be energy that you purchase. So your electricity, which normally will be a mix of energies depending on where you live. If you live near a large wind farm, then almost 100% of your energy may come from wind. But generally, for most consumers, the energy will be a mix of whatever is out there on the grid. So that will obviously include various fossil fuels and nuclear, as well as various renewables. Now, in the UK, we're looking to cover, I think the latest figures are way over 50% renewables by now. But there is still a large proportion of gas and nuclear as well in the mix. Scope 3 emissions now are slightly different. This is essentially purchased energy from purchased goods and services. So this relates to your supply chain. For museums, it also relates to the traffic generated by lending objects to other museums and from other museums, so loan exhibitions, as well as visitor travel. So this is perhaps a little bit more difficult to act upon. However, in my own role, we are talking about conversations with the local authorities, the public transport providers, and having conversations essentially about enabling visitors to come to any of our sites using public transport, walking, cycling, which involves really wider discussions in society. And these are things that we can and should influence. Heritage is really important to many places, financially, culturally, and people will listen to us. We bring a lot of people into cities, for example, that are coming to see the museums. So local authorities are often very open to those sorts of discussions for their own benefits as well. And lastly, perhaps another way of influencing Scope 3 emissions is by supporting the circular economy. And by that we mean it is no good really just recycling all our paper and plastic if we don't then purchase recycled products. So really what we ought to look at is whenever we're purchasing anything, we interrogate what it is, where does it come from, where was it manufactured, was it manufactured using recycled materials, and these are decisions that we take every single day, essentially. There is an additional question from Maria. Now, the Design Museum in London recently held an exhibition called Waste Age, What Can Design Do? They did an environmental audit of resource use and waste emissions for the whole exhibition project. Yes, I think that's more comment than a question. But through our design, actually, exhibition design, but also all the products that we utilize, both from our operations as well as influencing our audiences and our communities. There are a plethora of really, really good ideas that are happening in museums already. And there's a lot to learn from the sector. There is, I think, Zehra mentioned earlier about reinventing the wheel. We don't have to do that. The ideas are out there, the solutions out there, and certainly the latest IPCC assessment report, which only came out this week, is reminding us really that all the solutions we possibly could need to tackle the climate emergency are all out there, and they just need to be implemented. Essentially, is often the political will and persuading people to do the right thing. Good. I think we're coming almost to the end of the session. Perhaps one reminder still. I think Dana earlier put in the chat about a series of workshops that we from ICOM UK are going to be offering please look out for those. This is called Reimagining Museums for Climate Action, and if you're interested, please look out for these. They will run from May onwards, I believe, and we'll advertise those on the ICOM UK website as well. Good. I'm going to thank you very much for your interest. If you want to message me or email me, I'm on Twitter as well, so please do get in touch. It's my pleasure now to hand back to Catherine, who is going to introduce the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. And thank you so much to Jenny and Zehra. That was a really inspiring talk to set us off for the day. And it was very optimistic and matches our theme incredibly well, I think. There are lots of things that people can do. One of the keys is sharing this information so that everybody can be brought along the way. Next, we are going to be hearing from Nigel Sadler, who's the head of the ICOM Bursary Committee, and he's going to be talking to a group of recipients of ICOM UK grants, talking about the work that they're able to carry out as a result. So Nigel, over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nigel Sadler. I am an ICOM UK board member with responsibility of being the chair of our Bursary Committee. I'm also very keen at working overseas. I started as an archaeologist overseas in the Middle East and then ran museums in the Caribbean and done projects in the Caribbean and North America. ICOM as an organisation aims to get museum colleagues and institutions working together at all levels. Ironically, one of the few positives that have come out of COVID pandemic was to see more of us make contact with each other through digital platforms and to chat with fellow professionals via social media and screen platforms, regardless of our geographical locations. This has illustrated just how easy it is to contact and talk, see and debate with colleagues anywhere in the world. This conference is a good example of this virtual meeting and experience sharing. However, I think we'd all agree that there's nothing better than face-to-face meetings and the chance to see, and if lucky, handle objects in other museums, and to see firsthand good museum practices no matter where it is in the world. The ability to have formal and informal discussions with colleagues within a museum setting is generally irreplaceable. Many of us have good case studies of these physical interactions. ICOM UK realises that for many individuals and organisations, there are financial constraints that stop them from working internationally. It can be expensive to travel overseas, or in fact, putting on a project that requires international cooperation and collaboration. The one permanent scheme that ICOM UK runs is our own bursary grants. Annually, we provide up to a total of £5,000 to allow members to cover some or all of the cost of attending an international conference. We offer single grants of up to £1,000 to attend conferences outside of Europe and £750 for conferences within Europe. We operate a first-come, first-served system. Therefore, we may run out of funds early in our financial year, which runs from October the 1st to September the 30th. As an example, in the years 2018 and 2019, we offered a total of 12 grants, totaling just under £10,000. Of these, 4 attended the ICOM triennial meeting in Kyoto, Japan, and of the other 8, we saw 1 attend a conference in China, 2 in the USA, and 5 in Europe. One of the recipients was the Falkland Islands National Trust and Museum, as we also cover the United Kingdom overseas territories. And this was the first ever bursary application from an overseas territory. Of course, there have been very limited draws on the bursary grants from March 2020 to March 2022 due to COVID. We are expecting requests to come in very soon, especially as this financial year is including the ICOM triennial in Prague in August 2022. Please remember the early registration for that conference ends 1st of May, but it can take us 2 months to assess, recommend and get approvals for any bursary application. We in fact do recommend that all applications are made at least 3 months before the conference date, and the deadline for the applications are on our website. On top of our regular bursaries that we offer ourselves, which comes from our members' fees, we also sometimes partner with other organisations or manage other organisations' grant schemes. A few years ago, for example, one of these was we worked with Heritage Without Borders to manage some money from them to support museums. However, the biggest partnership has been with the British Council. Since 2018, we've worked in partnership with the British Council to run a travel scheme. Whilst our own bursary programme is to support conference attendances, the ICOM UK British Council Travel Grant Scheme is aimed to support museum professionals to develop mutually beneficial international projects and partnerships for their organizations. It enables recipients to undertake an international visit to meet with colleagues, share skills, expertise, and experience. Priority is given to non-national museums who have not previously undertaken international work, and 50% is ring-fenced for mutually beneficial visits to countries on the Overseas Development Aid List. The ODA aid list is on the application forms and is on our website. In 2019-2020, we had £28,500 in total to award, with a maximum of £1,500 per application outside of Europe, and £700 for application within Europe. Part of the requirements for receiving a grant from the programme was that the participants was to submit a detailed final report, and you can find these on our ICOM UK website. This shows the diverse projects we have supported. Of course, the latter part of this project programme period was heavily affected by COVID-19, so some recipients have yet to undertake their international travel. Today, we are going to hear from three of the successful Welsh organisation recipients of the ICOM Bursary Council Travel Grant Schemes. They are Dr. Toby Jones, Nick Jones, and Andrea DeRome. We will allow all three presenters to give their presentations, and there will then be time at the end to ask the questions. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. I will now hand the session over to the first presenter, Dr. Toby Jones.
Okay, does the, how's that? Okay. Okay, my name's Toby Jones. I'm the curator of the Newport Medieval Ship Project, and I was the recipient of a ICOM grant a couple of years ago, and it enabled me to go visit a project in Texas and learn about their conservation methods and reassembly methods, and basically a knowledge transfer. And what I thought I'd do really quick, I know I've only got 5 minutes, so I'll just give you, in case anyone doesn't know, the 1-minute version of the Newport medieval ship. It's what you see here in the first slide. They found the remains of a massive medieval ship 20 years ago in the riverbank in the center of Newport. It was disassembled and raised into thousands of individual components and artifacts, and all of this was a rescue excavation. And we ended up moving it all to a huge warehouse. And we've been doing, like I said, 20 years of post-excavation research on the vessel. Anyway, if that's not enough, there's lots of websites and all that. You can learn more about the Newport ship. So what happened was we disassembled the ship. We had thousands of individual timbers. Everything was waterlogged. Everything had to be conserved. And we're actually just approaching now, finishing the last stages of the active conservation treatment. And so the next step in the project is actually, we have thousands of individual timbers to reassemble and put on display. The ultimate goal of the Newport Ship Project, much like the Mary Rose or the Vasa, is to actually reassemble. In their case, they didn't reassemble, they just conserved and dried out. But in our case, we have thousands of individual timbers. All of these have to be reassembled and put on display. That's the ultimate goal of the project. However, it's easier said than done. What we have are approximately 25 meters in length, 10 meters wide, 5 meters tall, and over 2,500 structural timbers. And so in this instance, we have to find a method for, fastening the ship back together, and more importantly, supporting it so that it's stable, and also think about the wider display and the environmental conditions and all that. However, we're lucky in that we're not operating in a vacuum here. There are other shipwreck projects around the world that have tread this ground before. They all have differences, but in this case, the Bell in Texas is very parallel in terms of what we're trying to achieve. And so this is a 1686 ship that sank in a bay off Texas and was excavated about 25 years ago, dried out, same methods, peg and freeze drying, and then reassembled and put on display. And what happened, well, actually what we were most interested in was we had parallel conservation strategies, but what was very interesting was how did they actually reassemble the ship? And this is where talking to them was great, but it would be very helpful to go see it. And that's where we talked about it for years, and then we saw that the ICOM, the travel grant scheme, that was just perfect. It fit the bill, and we applied and we got it in. So I went over there in March of 2020, and so it was a bit crazy in COVID times, but the trip went ahead, and I spent a week there, and I was just on the ground in the museum with the main curator and also the main Frank Cordes, and then Peter Fix was the main person who led the reassembly efforts. So the two of them took me around. The two of them spent a lot of time with me and took me around, and we got inside, under, around the displays, into the stores, and they walked me through how they reassembled it and all the challenges, not just the pretty thing on display, but all the challenges that they faced. And so I was just scribbling notes and taking hundreds of photos. And absolutely fantastic. And I gleaned so much from that trip, and so many parallels, and got so many ideas about how, hints and tricks and all that. And this is a much smaller vessel, but it still had a lot of parallels. And it helped me revise a timeline as well for how long it would take to reassemble something like Newport. So really no substitute for actually being there on the ground. And they were so helpful and generous of their time. And they also, brand new technology, very cutting edge museum. It's a state history museum in Austin there. And they had augmented reality and virtual reality and amazing multimedia displays. Imagine you could show the shape of the ship, or you actually view through a screen, you see the actual physical remains of the ship, and then digitally it ghosts in the missing masts and adds water and the stars in the sky. It really brought it alive. So just introduction to some amazing options in terms of display technology and for interactives in the future. And then that's, again, bringing it around, that's what we hope to do in Newport is we'll finish conservation this year and then look at options for reassembly. And so that's where we're at with the Newport Chip Project. This was the last day of the visit. And I just want to say thank you very much. It really was a fantastic trip. I think I'm supposed to now go over to Nick, who's going to go next, following me.
Hi, thanks Toby. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk. My name is Nick Jones, and I'm from the Football Museum for Wales, based in Wrexham in North Wales. And my grant was to travel to Dortmund to the German Football Museum, which the trip has not actually taken place yet due to COVID, but we're hoping to go in June of this year. So just some background for you. So this is the Wrexham Museum building as it currently stands. It's a local history museum about the town and the local area, but it's going to be part of a new redevelopment project that will include a new football museum for the whole of Wales, based here in Wrexham, where I'm sitting today. So that's just a photograph of the museum as it stands at the moment. And then on the next slide, you can see the exhibition space that we hope is going to be developed into the football museum. So that's the sort of extent of the sort of main gallery in the space that we have. And as I say, in a few years' time, 2025 is the scheduled opening time. This will be a football gallery for the whole of Wales. So you might ask why Wrexham in Wales? So we often refer to Wrexham as being the spiritual home of football in Wales for a number of reasons. So this plaque here shows you on a local hotel down the road called the Winstay Arms that the first meeting of the Football Association of Wales took place here in Wrexham in 1876. Also, the local club, Wrexham AFC, which is just down the road from here. That's one of the oldest clubs in the UK, and in fact, the oldest club in Wales. And the ground where they still play now is the oldest ground that still plays international fixtures. So a few reasons why Wrexham is the place for the museum. So, as I said at the beginning, my travel grant is to visit the German Football Museum in Dortmund, which opened in 2015. And I wanted to visit there because it's, although there are football museums in England, in Manchester, and also Scotland in Glasgow, this the museum in Dortmund is a bit more contemporary in that it opened in 2015. So wanted to go and visit and see how something has sort of emerged from opening in the last few years. Also, similarity to Wales here is that really the German Football Museum kind of sprang from their team's victory in the World Cup in 2014, and also when they hosted the tournament in 2006. So it was very much about the fans where this sort of museum came from, and that's quite similar to here in Wales, where in 2016 the Welsh men's national team got to the semi-finals of the European Championships, which was unexpected, and best performance of the national team in a long time. And really the museum idea for the museum kind of sprang from the passion generated by that tournament and that performance. So these are the fans that kind of made that, really pictured here at France at the Euros themselves. And then also, this is kind of a favourite photo of mine, also the fans back home. I think this is taken in Cardiff at one of the live screenings of the games, and you can really see the sort of reaction and the passions of the fans there. So yeah, similarities in Germany and Wales to these sort of tournaments taking place where the fans were really engaged and passionate, and the idea to have a museum has kind of emerged from that, really. So also, as well as the fans and the passion of the fans, it's sort of clear with the German example that they've consulted a lot of sort of specialist historians, German football historians. So I'm interested to talk to them about that and their approach there. And that's something we've been able to set up so far in Wrexham, a subject specialist group, as we've termed them, who are Welsh football historians and writers, experts, to help us sort of interpret the collection and present some of the stories we hope to present. So just a few examples from me to finish off. So this is a shirt from the 1958 World Cup, which is Wales's one and only appearance in a World Cup to date. That we hope that might change this year if they can win one more match to qualify this year. Interesting contrast, really. In 1958, it was very much under the radar, the tournament, compared to now. It would be a huge thing in Wales if they qualified now, but it was not really followed up so much in 1958, and that's a shirt from that tournament. Another example of a shirt there, I quite like the contrast. The first shirt is more perhaps about the story associated with it. Well, this is a really good example of a shirt for kind of design's sake. It's a classic sort of Welsh football design shirt. It's very popular, and that is a really big thing as well now, football shirts and design. So that's another sort of aspect that you can sort of bring out in the museum. This is a badge from the Canadian tour in 1929, which is the first time the men's senior team had gone overseas for a tour. And then just a couple more items to finish off. This is perhaps Wales' greatest ever player, John Charles, who was a sort of famous export, played in Italy for Juventus. And then just to finish off, we have an example of a Welsh cap awarded to players when they play for the national team. So some of these examples would be reciprocated in the German museum, and I hope to talk to their curator about how they've interpreted and displayed the stories for their audience, and we hope to bring that to Wrexham in 2025 in Wales. So thank you for your time, and over to Andrea, I think now. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to present here today. I am Andrea DeRome, and I work at Ceredigion Museum in Aberystwyth in Midwest Wales. Okay. Imagine it is the 18th century. You are aboard a sailing ship out at sea. The weather is rough, the waves are high against the side of your vessel. though there are sounds of a raging gale, of water hitting wood, of creaking ropes, slapping sails, and heavy rain. You are at the mercy of the wind, being tossed around in the middle of the ocean. You know you must have been blown off your course, but for now, all you can do is hope and wait. Hope that you, the rest of the crew and your ship can survive this maelstrom, and wait until the wind has died down and the clouds have cleared. This idea was the beginnings of an exhibition, because it's there, and an idea that would lead me to follow in the footsteps of Welsh pioneers and take my own journey to Argentina. Ceredigion is a coastal county bordered by Cardigan Bay to the west. The museum has an excellent seafaring collection, and I'm curious about the tools of celestial navigation and exploration. The exhibition, because it's there, examines human exploration, the desire to go beyond the horizon, climb the mountain, venture out across the ocean, fly among the stars, to discover something because it's there, to tell the story of the ventures and risks brave people take to fulfill their ambitions and dreams. A fundamental part of that story would be migration journeys and the lives formed beyond those journeys. On May the 28th, 1865, the anchor is being raised as the sailing ship Mimosa leaves Liverpool for Patagonia in Argentina. It took 60 days for the ship to arrive at its destination, at the mercy of the wind and waves, with 4 deaths, 2 childbirths, and 1 wedding along the way. On board are about 153 Welsh-speaking families seeking to create a Welsh-speaking utopia. They had grown concerned that amongst the many changes of the Industrial Revolution, their language and values were being eroded and lost. When they finally land, there is nothing. They have arrived on this continent in winter. It is not the fertile land they were passionately pushed. They shaped their first dwelling in a cave and survived the winter through the kindness and forgiveness of the indigenous people. My 21st century journey in Argentina began where the first Welsh settlers landed, and now there stands the town of Puerto Madryn, home to the Disembarkation Museum. My visit here educated and led me to the historic caves, the settlers' initial dwellings, and then moving on for Puerto Madryn, I explored the trail created through the country, the towns built along the way. I visited the Welsh People's Museum Trelew and the Regional Museum in Wrexham, where here I met Cynthia Navas, the curator. From Wrexham, I moved on to Guyman, and here I met the curator, Fabio Trevor Gonzalez, and the sister of the museum founder, Luned Roberts Gonzalez. They educated me comprehensively on the influence of the original Welsh pioneers throughout the area and advised on all other relevant sites in Guyman and beyond, extending my itinerary in the region. So following their advice, I visited the Railway Tunnel Museum in Guyman and the Bethel and Feager chapels. And then my visit to the first house in Guyman, built by David Roberts, led me to other properties in the town he had built. And from their first homes, my journey ended with some of their final resting places. Wherever possible, at each museum I visited, I met the curator and made links with museums and schools. So, what did I discover? I find the infrastructure. The pioneers forged the 430 miles from Puerto Madryn to Drefellyn in enormous land of beautifully varied terrain. They brought the railway but favoured the road. The train stations stand as reminder. Devoid of connecting tracks, they are now museums housing the artefacts of the pioneers' time. I set foot inside the first house in the town of Guyman, built from stone and mud in 1874. I met spirited, proud people who respect Welsh culture and language, who consider the pioneers to be the wheels of Patagonia. They got this area moving, I was told, and I discovered communities, chapels and schools working together to keep it all alive. The museums I visited were experiencing a time of instability. Argentina is keen for tourism to grow, and there were many questions being posed. What should they be like? Museums, what should they be like in the future? who are their future visitors. And many of the organisations I visited were very small, employing only one member of staff. So when they were considering these problems, they sort of faced them alone and had no one to discuss things with on a day-to-day basis. Support from ICOM UK, British Council Travel Grant Scheme, has given us a rural Welsh museum an international perspective that will benefit both staff and visitors. Aberystwyth lies at the end of the railway network, a seeming dead end, but we are now better able to interpret our locality as the launch site to far-flung destinations for intrepid emigrants and deterred by the unknown, and we're extremely grateful for that support. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. Before we ask any questions, the one thing I would say is that ICOM and ICOM UK, when we talk about working internationally, it is always looked at the large national and museums with large collections. What we're trying to do with some of the grant programs is to actually get museums to think about their international links. Every museum, or nearly every museum, can have some kind of international link. And it is utilizing these links to actually build a much wider network and greater understanding, but also to diversify the museum, maybe away from just its local links to actually developing more national links. I've got a few questions for the presenters. The first question I've got, I'll give to Nick. You're in the position where you've still got the funding to come, but because COVID-19 interrupted your plans, you've not done the travel yet. So has the delay caused by COVID-19 changed any aspects of the project, and if so, what?
Yeah, I think it's probably had a positive and a negative really in that respect. So the positive for me would be because I've been in post about a year, and the amount, having spent sort of more time office-based and home-based, has allowed me to look at our collection in a lot more detail, and really kind of have a good understanding and an appreciation of what we have, but also the gaps that we have in the collection and what we'd like to add. So that sort of armed me with more knowledge, I think, for when I do go to the German Museum and look at their collection and discuss how they've done things. And then I guess the probably negative side that we've been restricted, it would be with the sort of engagement across Wales. A big part of the project is to talk to people across country and engage with football people across country. And obviously that's been quite difficult or challenging during the pandemic. So that's something that we hopefully will be able to do a lot more of now. Plus also we're going to hopefully soon have some engagement staff joining the project has kind of helped me with that as well. So they're probably the main areas that come to mind, I think.
Has Ellis James, the comedian and TV and radio presenter, offered his Welsh collection of shirts yet?
I read an article by him in the Guardian about his shirts actually the other day, and did tweet about it, and I got a like, but I've not had any shirts from him yet, so we'll have to keep working on that, I think.
Next question is for Dr. Toby Jones. When we look at ships, they, in most cases, have a very obvious international link. Do you think it's easier for projects that include shipwrecks to get funding and to also get promotion, especially on TV programs?
Well, we did have TV programs, but we haven't had one since the discovery. So we had, they did a couple of 1 hour big the journey of the project so far. But the problem is things like TV, they need happy ending, and we're not there yet. We're right in the middle of it. But at the end, I think there'll be definitely scope for another one of those type of. But yeah, ship projects in general, they're very interesting. They lend themselves to animations and reconstructions and all that. So yeah, they are popular, and I think we benefit. We are successful in getting grants. So I don't know if that's the high profile of the project, that it's been going for 20 years and it's a very large active project, or if it's that we have strong links with the other big ship museums in the world. I think Vasa and Mary Rose and others around the world they're very high profile. They're national level museums, and they're well funded, and they have they're keen to make partnerships. And so we find it fairly easy, at least on a very technical level. If we're talking about documentation or conservation, we end up getting find it very accessible and quite straightforward to link up with these museums and stay linked up and do knowledge transfer. It's gotten a little more difficult not being in the EU anymore, but we just look for funding where we can find it. And but yeah, I think I'm not going to complain. I think ship projects are just interesting by the very nature, and people really like ships, and that's we still have thousands of people a year show up to this anonymous industrial estate every year to see what's here. There's not a ship here; it's just thousands of pieces and all the artifacts, but it's a work in progress, and people are really fascinated by that. So imagine when you do get it on display, how amazing it's going to be. But I hope that answers your question.
That does. The next question is for Andrea. One of the concerns I have with lots of museums is their project delivery profile, and therefore once the project's over, they move on to the next project. Therefore, my question to you is, will your project be leading to long-term partnerships with organisations or people that you met and worked with during this project with the grant money?
Well, we have, we did keep in touch. We have kept in touch. Because they were, some of the museums going through sort of redevelopment phases, and we'd been through similar projects, we have, I kind of shared the experiences that we'd had here when we were sort of going through those redevelopment projects ourselves. So we sort of shared those experiences. We have a sort of connection in Ceredigion and Aberystwyth. We've kind of got a twinning connection, so there's quite often trips to those areas. So there is a sort of keeping in touch, and we quite often have celebrations around those sort of events, and yeah.
Okay, so the final question has come in. It's from Liam, and it's asking: is the Welsh Football Museum going to be looking at other, apart from Germany, will you be looking into any other international museums to gain ideas and contacts?
Yeah, I mentioned, I think in my talk about English Museum in Manchester and Scottish in Glasgow. Another one would be the FIFA Museum in Zurich, Switzerland, which is a sort of world football museum, I think. And in fact, they've got an exhibition on soon, which we've loaned an object to, which is really great. But I think we could also learn from other sporting museums. So examples in the UK, for example, we've got Lord's Cricket Ground, Museum at Wimbledon Tennis, horse racing in Newmarket. So they would be a few other examples. And then sort of further afield, I think in Ireland there's a sporting museum. So yeah, definitely would be sort of looking to learn from them, but also other museums, non-sporting museums as well. Yes, I think so.
Okay, well, I think that's our time is up now. I would like to thank all three of you for your wonderful presentations, and also showing how good projects can come out of small grant monies from ICOM UK in partnership with the British Council. It's also worthwhile just making a comment here that we hope that people do see ICOM UK as a funding agency and come to us with applications, but just keep an eye out on our website to see what funds are available and also what the deadline dates are getting them in. I think we're about to go to a break now, so I'm not quite sure any of us is going to come on and say that.
welcome to everyone back from the break. And I just want to start by saying thanks to the Welsh Government for providing funding support for this event. It's vital for enabling these kind of activities to take place, and is much appreciated. We've got two conversations this afternoon. The first one is on building a more equitable future, which is a conversation with Andrew Ogan, who's the Agent for Change in Arts Council of Wales, and Mike Morawski, who's an independent consultant, author and change leader from the USA. There are some key questions that they will be addressing. How can museums and cultural institutions ensure their structures and processes are based on equity and equality? How can we centre communities who have been historically marginalised? What steps can institutions and individuals take to make change happen and shape a better future for museums? In conversation, Andrew and Mike will talk about these questions from a UK and a USA perspective, using case studies from America and the UK, and they'll then go on to discuss actions that all museum professionals can take to prioritise equity. The second conversation is Bridging Community Divides, a conversation with Carrie Canham, Curator at Ceredigion Museum here in Wales, and also Rachel Platt, Director of Community Engagement at Frazier History Museum, Louisville, Kentucky, in the United States. Museums are engaged in important discussions to bridge divides in their own communities, and also to offer an open and welcoming space for dialogue. Divides can range from political, racial, socioeconomic, religious, or cultural. The session will take a closer look at change, how conversations are being received, and future practice. We'll also look at other changing practices by museums to be more inclusive of the communities they serve. Now, since we're in Wales, virtually, if sadly not physically, I also wanted to touch a little bit on the museum sector across the four nations of the United Kingdom. And the fact that if we ever were, we're certainly not unified on issues of inequalities, including racial inequalities, and on the narratives of the past that we put to the fore. And I would like to argue really that as a political construct, the UK in this respect is failing. Its post-war cultural assumptions and compromises have been overwhelmed by a variety of emergencies: the destruction of nature, the pandemic, poverty, growing poverty, which is escalating rapidly across the United Kingdom, and the undermining of democracy by populist politicians within the UK as well as internationally. And of course, most recently, these have been put more to the background because of the crisis in Ukraine, but they will at some point come to the foreground again. And the Black Lives Matter has been significant in very many ways. It's challenged cultural institutions to address their embedded structural racism. Many museums across the world have issued strong public statements of support back in the era when the death of George Floyd happened. But time has passed since then, and I think we can begin to get a perspective on the degree to which those statements and promises have actually been delivered by individual institutions. In Wales, the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, has personally been a driving force for key initiatives to address the historical legacies of slavery. Soon after the murder of George Floyd, he commissioned an audit of Wales's historical monuments, buildings and street names. The report that resulted provides a list of people commemorated in Wales who were associated with the slave trade or crimes against black people, and their number is legion. The Welsh Government has also commissioned a report on the teaching in schools of the histories and experiences of black communities, and work is now underway to develop a curriculum which will underpin that. And thirdly, the Welsh Government has published a draft race equality action plan, which we're expecting to become a confirmed policy. and has allocated £600,000 during this current financial year to change the representation in museums of the Black contribution to Wales's development. These are all very significant developments. They're ones that, if I'm frank, I think I would find it very hard to expect that the United Kingdom government would have done. And they are part of that growing separation of policy, philosophy, commitment, really, that there is between England on the one hand and Wales on the other. And I think we should contrast what Wales has done with the attempts by Oliver Bowden when he was Culture Minister in England to control the location and interpretation of contested historical artefacts, including statues, connected with slavery and empire. In responding to the letter which Bowden sent to national museums and cultural bodies in England about this issue, the Museums Association was amongst those raising concerns that this contravenes the principle that national museums and other bodies operate at arm's length from government. But too many other museum leaders have responded to this threat to their independence with silence, or even, in some cases, with feigned enthusiasm. As others see us is important, and I want to use the words of the Irish President, Michael Higgins, who urged the UK and Ireland to engage in an exercise of ethical remembering. And I think that phrase of ethical remembering is a very useful one to adopt, because memory alone does not necessarily bring justice. It's the ethical remembering, his phrase for this, that I think is so significant. And he said, a feigned amnesia around the uncomfortable aspects of our shared history. And here he's potentially talking really about the relationship between Ireland and the other nations of the United Kingdom. He said that this feigned amnesia will not help us to forge a better future together. While it has been vital for our purposes in Ireland to examine nationalism, doing the same for imperialism is equally important and has significance far beyond British-Irish relations. And in this, I would suppose that he is referring again to the wider questions of empire. After years of avoiding the issues of the British Empire and colonialism, in which landowners, ship owners, and traders in England, Wales, and Scotland and Ireland were actively engaged, we in museums should perhaps recognise that on this crucial issue of empire and of racism, race equality, we're no longer one unified sector. And at the heart of this debate is an ethical question that can no longer be evaded. As institutions of public memory, are we willing to publicly acknowledge the historical crimes committed by the British Empire, from which our nation's economies still benefit, and from which other nations' economies and societies still suffer? As we've seen very recently of the Royal Tour in the Caribbean, will we honour the promises made last year to work to remove structural inequalities that minority groups face in museums? If not, the growing tensions between the government-compliant museums in England, United Kingdom, and the museums across the four nations, and that includes England, that strongly reject their position, may become a permanent schism, because underneath this is a deeper issue of social justice and addressing inequality. Some museums in Wales, including Amgueddfa National Museum Wales, are now stating a position of being activist museums, activist institutions, at least to be on that journey anyway. And I believe that that commitment to equalities and social justice is vital for any public museum. But it's not a position that many museums feel comfortable with. And it's one where Wales is really, I would argue, taking our own path, and in my view, a much more constructive social path than many other museums are doing internationally and within the UK. And this is all within a framework of commitment to the Future Generations Act, which we have in Wales, which gives us all a responsibility of considering in our actions the impacts that they will have on future generations. So I would now like to invite Andrea and Mike to open the conversation on building a more equitable future.
Wonderful. Hello. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you again.
It's good to see you again too. David, thank you for that sort of opening and sort of introduction to these sessions. I'm excited to dive into the conversation. Andrew, I'm wondering if we should share a little bit about ourselves with everyone that's watching, just so they know a little bit more of our backgrounds and kind of where we're coming from as we enter this conversation together. Do you want to kick that off?
Yeah, no problem. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm here in Cardiff in Wales. Raining today. I can't say there's any sun, but pleasure to be here and to be having this conversation. So I'm the agent for change at the Arts Council of Wales. I've been in post for just shy of a year now. And I also come from an activist background, being the main organizer for Black Lives Matter in my area in Gwent. And I'm also a multidisciplinary artist as well. So in terms of my kind of expertise with museums, we do a lot of work extensively with Amgueddfa Cymru and museums across Wales, even though I don't have that kind of direct experience. But again, I can bring that perspective from an arts council, but also from an activist background as well. So over to you, Mike.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. So I come into this conversation as working as an independent consultant with museums here in the United States. I'm based here in Portland, Oregon. And I recently wrote the book Museums as Agents of Change. So thinking a lot about how, those of us working within museums can be, change makers for these institutions, for some of this change that's really needed. And I come from a background of working in museums for about the last 15 to 20 years. Specifically art museums here in the United States, and doing a lot of work around education and community engagement and equity and inclusion. So super excited to talk more about how museums go about building a more equitable future, how they're sort of connecting with their communities in more in-depth ways. And Andrew, as we sort of got prepared for today's conversation, it was great because we're both really interested in sort of action. Like there's a lot of talk going on around these issues. And I think what it comes down to often to make some of these changes are, what kind of actions can we take? So to sort of frame our conversation today, we came up with 3 questions that we thought would be good. So I'll start with the first one and maybe toss it to you, Andrew, if that sounds like a good idea. Although we'll keep this conversational, we can interrupt each other and chime in. But the first question is, what does radical change mean to you? What is this idea of radical change?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we literally just had this conversation at Arts Council yesterday in a meeting that I led on. And one of the kind of most interesting points that came out of that discussion was people's kind of configuration and understanding of radical drastically differed. And I felt like sometimes people think radical is the larger kind of seismic shifts that happen within society, which of course it is. But for me, radical is also in the everyday. And I think radical starts with self. To be radical is to be, deeply radical with yourself as well. And I think it's about really interrogating, how far am I willing to go with these ideologies, with the things I believe in, and how can I do that in a way that's fearless and in a way that doesn't, cause harm to me, because a lot of, change doesn't come without tension and at times being uncomfortable. And especially when we're talking about radical change, 9 times out of 10, it is going to be uncomfortable and it is going to put you in certain positions because it's radical, it's different, it's new, it's a new approach. And for me, the kind of examples I used yesterday is when we were talking about, how big or small radical can be, something like the Haitian Revolution, huge, massive, radical action. But so is something like, the Black Panthers free breakfast program, which they just feed in school children. But again, for me, that's a radical action and, a radical way of community building. So for me, radical can take on many different forms, and no form of being radical is any less or more important. I think it's all necessary because we need a pluralistic approach, because I think the problem is pluralistic. There's so much kind of oppression and there's so much of these issues within our society that come from all different directions. And when we even bring it, specifically to the arts and culture sector, and people feeling marginalized or people feeling that they haven't had the opportunities that other certain groups have had, you then start to see that those problems manifest. And for me, being radical starts with an understanding of, if anyone in society is marginalized, it means we are doing something wrong, period. You know, and I've always felt that it comes back to that saying, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So if anyone in my locale or in my community or my society feels marginalized, I feel like something is wrong here, because we should all have the opportunity and the resource and the access to be able to experience the arts and experience the culture, because culture is supposed to be for everybody. The arts in a society, traditionally speaking, are supposed to be the most democratic thing in a society. So for us to now be in this position where we're doing undoing a lot of the damage that has been caused historically, it means somewhere along the line something went wrong. So for me, radical is it's utopian in a sense. I think I have a utopian perspective in the sense that I want everyone to have that equity, you know, not equality, but equity, that you know, if they need a leg up to get to a certain position, they should be able to have that leg up, because things have not been fair. You know, it's not been a fair game. You know, this kind of myth of meritocracy is a myth, in my opinion. So equity is for me the pursuit needed to make radical change. And I think, you know, there's some practice here in Wales coming from Gentle Radical about radical kindness. And I think, and you know, that responsibility for us to be genuinely radically kind to one another and to empathize with one another. Again, it starts with that self and having that realization within self to really want to see people, you know, have better access and have better resources and have better opportunities to engage with arts and culture and the institutions that govern us. So for me, yeah, I think radical begins with self. I think radical has to be utopian. I think radical has to come from a place of kindness, not always. Sometimes, you know, tension and kind of brute force is used in the pursuit of radical change. I'm not putting any kind of moral guise upon that. Whatever people feel necessary is what's necessary sometimes. But, you know, it is about taking those steps to ensure that those who have been marginalized feel closer to that center and really interrogating what is in that center, whose perspective is the radical change coming from? You know, is it from me in the Arts Council and that kind of perspective of the elite or the bourgeoisie or whatever, or is radical coming from that? We also have to bear these kind of things in mind, that when we talk about radical change, who is it radical for? Because my idea of radical might be different to the next person, might be different to the next person. So.
Well, yeah, Andrew, and I think even the fact that you were having this conversation, you said yesterday, you know, with others at Arts Council Wales about what does this mean, even just having these conversations and sharing what we each think that means, I think is an important part of something else you mentioned, which is just the everydayness of it. Like when I think of radical change, I've always thought about change that happens kind of at the core or at the root of something, because sometimes change happens at the surface. So I think so much of the change that we actually see happening in arts and culture institutions and museums, a lot of that change does happen at the surface. It's, you know, not at the core or at the root. It's not this fundamental change to the nature of an institution. And I really appreciated a lot what you said around like it being these, you know, these everyday things that really resonated with me, because I'm thinking back to the changes that I've been involved with that have made a big difference. They were small, but what made them powerful, I feel, is they were sustained. They became a permanent part of kind of daily practice. They were based in trust. And I think that's what you were talking about. Like, you know, if an organization is marginalizing someone, you're not building trust. You're not, you know, so that change isn't real. It's not based on equity. It isn't based on this kind of human right of arts and culture. So as soon as you're denying someone that right, you know, you're not really making that change at the fundamental nature of these institutions. And so I think that's really key, because I think institutions or people that, especially in leadership positions, get really fearful of radical change, like, oh, everything is going to be different. But I feel like the real path to that, those big sort of seismic changes are actually from underneath, from kind of, you know, the roots of the tree, sort of, to say. So yeah, I like those, like you mentioned, those Black Panther, you know, food justice programs and things. That was making, and I see museums actually, like literally the Smithsonian Anacostia Community Museum in Washington, D.C. here in the U.S. is like literally right now doing those programs. And it's awesome to see museums really thinking about, thinking about change that happens with the community or from the community. You sort of ended your comments with, you know, where is change coming from? Who is deciding what radical change is? And that might be a great way to transition to the second question that we sort of framed for this conversation, which is kind of thinking about how we reimagine and democratize the role of museums. And I think, you know, so much of it is, who's the we of museums? So I think changing that and figuring out ways to like center community. I've used this word a lot recently, and I really like it, which is this idea of community power. So how do we change the power dynamics? So instead of museums holding the power and potentially like sharing power, I hate that idea, or figuring out how to redistribute the power that museums are holding. There's so much power within the communities that museums have marginalized for so long, and that have sort of pushed out and not been allowed to come in and be involved within, you know, shaping museum programs, exhibitions, you know, collections, those types of things. But if we instead kind of flip that dynamic and really center community power, bring community expertise, lived experience into the center of what museums are doing, that I think that leads to this incredibly strong power to democratize museums, to bring equity into museums, and to center what you were talking about, you know, which is this idea of just not marginalizing anyone, which is like that's like the thing, you know, how, you know, there's, and that's hard with institutions where there are these legacies of oppression and, you know, white supremacy that are, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years in the making. So it's extremely hard to shift that status quo, to change those legacies. And so I think, you know, but museums are in this process, and they're, you know, taking some at least are taking these initial steps. So yeah, so what are some of your thoughts about this idea of reimagining and democratizing the role of museums? Where are we in that, and how can we sort of press the gas a little bit more on this process, this change process?
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think it kind of goes back to that sense of radical change. And what I find is, to embrace radical change is to also embrace that radical change might mean that you were not then in a position of power. And I think really that's where the tension lies, because a lot of people will give lip service and say, we want change, we want this, we want that, but only if they remain in that position of power. You know, I want to see change happening all around me, but not if that change means I have to, you know, get up and leave my seat. And I think really that's where it shows where people who are genuine and are really genuine about this sense of, yeah, shifting dynamics, because a lot of the time with shifting dynamics of power, it means you have to relinquish a little bit of control of power, or maybe the whole seat. And that is the part where people don't want to do. People don't want to be the one that have to sacrifice themselves to see the larger change, because they're holding on to a particular status quo, because that status quo still benefits them or benefits the few, you know, the few. And for me, it's like, we need to move away from this kind of, as institutions, there's a risk aversity, there's a self-preservation, all these things. You want to preserve yourself, you don't want to take risks, because, you know, in our context, we are a publicly funded body, we are accountable to the public, we are accountable to our government, and that this kind of baggage brings a sense of we can't be seen to be being too risky with public funds, etc., etc. But that really makes you very insular and doesn't open you to the world. And for me, the kind of shift, I always use education as an example to kind of derail the conversation. I always think society has kind of moved leaps and bounds and evolved over the years in countless different ways, but school and the way we approach the education system, at least here in the UK, it still feels very much archaic. It's taken some positive steps, but it seems to be lagging behind how quick society is moving. And I think institutions now are finding themselves in a similar position. And the only reason why I think we're even having conversations like this was the catalyzing force of the resurgence of BLM and the death of George Floyd. That was the spark that caused institutions and people to say, hang on, wow, we are not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We are not serving the community anymore. And that has led to this period of soul searching and institutions and organizations trying to find their feet in an ever-changing society that's rapidly moving and really kind of scrutinizing what everyone is doing. So even though I think we got here forcibly, I'm glad we still got here, because now we're having these conversations where museums and other arts and culture institutions are really saying, look, we want to do better, we want to be better. How do we do that? And I think opening up those processes and those structures to community, to those on the margins, is a great first step, and not in consultation or not in any kind of manner or model that's extractive, which always seems to happen. You know, there's this hierarchical top-down approach where people go into communities, you consult, you extract the knowledge, the information, the lived experience you need, you go back to your ivory tower, you never deal with them again. No, there needs to be that kind of horizontal, democratic, eye-to-eye approach where it's a shared process. We learn from communities, communities learn from us, we co-create together, we make this a better place. And I think, you know, here in Wales, we've already begun that process. And I'm very grateful for Amgueddfa Cymru and the museums here in Wales who have really embraced this change and are really starting to open up their processes and starting to reimagine and ask those questions of how else can we better serve and how else can we function within a society and a community that's closer to the ground, closer to the people, than closer to the elite up here. And I think it's been amazing. It's been an amazing process. You know, we're currently in conversations of exploring, you know, doing open mic events and like really just, yeah, for me, it's like, how can we reinterpret and reuse this space in a way that's most relevant and most inclusive to communities? And I think once museums open up, you know, that process, you'll see the kind of countless, there's so much innovation to be had, you know. And I think we need to remember that we can't keep holding on to traditional models and ways of working. Our world has drastically changed in the last 2 years. We need to shed that skin. We need to shed that skin. We need to open up the process, and we need to do it in a manner that isn't, that isn't about just consultation. People need to have direct input, influence, and power beyond just giving, you know, the intellectual property. There needs to be that element of co-creation, of cultural democracy, of really feeling like, wow, I have a buy-in into how these institutions are run and how they serve, because we can't keep assuming what people want to see or what people want to do, what kind of art we invest in, or this community needs this, or this community. No, listen to the community themselves. They will tell you what they need. You know, you don't need to keep assuming or speaking for them. And that's the issue historically that we're trying to resist, is that it's not time to speak for communities or at communities, but with them, alongside them, to facilitate them and platform what they're doing. You know, that's the thing. What about you?
Yeah, well, I mean, even just the language we use around this divide between museums and communities. I mean, I read about this a lot too, but, you know, saying things like, you know, if we make decisions for communities, like, but the we has to change, so that like the people that are making decisions in museums around, you know, collections, exhibitions, programs, and all that needs to be the community. Like, that's what like centering community for me, you know, kind of means. And I think museums, I think we've seen that change happen, at least in some institutions. So it's been sort of good to understand, you know, what that looks like. I'm curious, so I had like a question to ask, but I'm going to change it a little bit because I'm really curious. You were talking about, you know, even like this moment, you know, a couple of years ago with George Floyd being a spark that sort of really got a lot of people within arts and culture and museums to really take a look at themselves, I think, in a certain way. But this isn't the first time that a spark like this has happened. I mean, you know, in the United States, you can just keep going back into the history and find spark after spark after spark. And the energy always finds a way of kind of fading in a certain sense, like that change, you know, kind of bubbles up and then bubbles back down. How do we prevent that from happening? How do institutions prevent? I mean, we're seeing it already here in the US. I can think of examples of museums that went, you know, went super strong into racial equity, within the last 2 years. And we're already seeing decisions reversed, policies changed, things are kind of going back to quote unquote normal. And I think that is, needs to be a lot of resistance against that. But what are some ways that this can like stick, the things that you're talking about or that we're sort of talking about today, in terms of building more equitable institutions? Can this moment be different?
Yeah, I think so. I think inevitably energy is energy, and energy will inevitably dwindle or die, because that's what energy is, right? It's a spike in emotion. Same as inspiration. All these kinds of things, they are fleeting intrinsically by their very nature. And then you're kind of left with, okay, so what next? That what next moment where that initial energy is gone and we're like, oh, And for me, that's when that sense of you really see then people who are genuine and people who aren't, because as I said, a lot of people made these empty promises and commitments in the heat of the moment because of the scrutiny or because of, feeling compelled by the pressure that was, a global pressure for us to kind of introspect and decide, how do we improve from here? And a lot of that just died down. So in terms of sustainability, that's where I think the kind of, you can't have that sustainability without having that higher level strategic policy kind of change, and I think that's why I say the approach has to be multifaceted and pluralistic, because on the grassroots level, the grassroots will always be the grassroots. They're always going to keep pushing. They're always going to be radical, because that's what they're there for by the very nature. But you then also need that kind of higher up strategic policy change, because that's where the kind of, where the pen strikes is where the action is going to be really that's sustained. And I think here in Wales, we've really seen that process, with the curriculum, Black history being introduced and being made compulsory in the education system here in Wales, for example. That was a huge win for us, because that is set in stone. That is a legacy there. That is sustained. If there's one thing we could take from the legacy of the BLM movement here in Wales, is that this was a direct action that came out of it, that we have now changed schools across the nation fundamentally forever. So you can see that whilst we always need to maintain that energy on the grassroots, we also need those people who bridge the gap, the conduits, the people who are in those, and that's where we get things like representation. Now, I don't believe representation solves racism. It doesn't. People kind of use that as no, representation is not there to solve racism. No, representation is important in and of itself, because it allows people from particular lived experiences to be represented in a room where historically they haven't been. And that representation is what leads to certain actions. So that's where we need to start kind of tapping into and getting those people at that table, the right community organizations, the right community leaders, because they're the ones who are closer to the reality of what's going on. They're the ones who can campaign and push and lobby the right people. And those changes then need to come at a higher strategic level, whilst also maintaining and supporting what is happening at the grassroots. So for me, in order to sustain a legacy, the legacy of the resurgence of BLM is had to have been that multifaceted approach where, I knew from early, okay, I need to ensure that everything we're working on, all this energy, a protest, all this raw energy and emotion can be translated into something actionable and pragmatic. And we've seen that. And I think that's the approach that needs to be taken, really.
Yeah, I appreciate that kind of multifaceted approach, because it takes a very pragmatic approach towards the way power structures exist now, and brings all of those pieces in. So while changing those, in these efforts to change these structures and change these institutions, also realizing that the work is happening within these structures, and within these larger governmental structures. And it just reminds me a lot of the lessons learned, I think, from like community organizing and activism, where you're sort of doing like power mapping exercises and kind of understanding, while the goal is to really change those structures and rework and re-envision those structures, you also have to acknowledge that you're working within those structures and target how to sort of build alliances and communities of change within those structures. We've got some questions coming in, but I want to get to our last question briefly before we jump to those, which is essentially like, museums and institutions, or people that are working for them are listening to this. What's the sort of most important step that museums can take right now to build that more equitable future. And we can kind of both share a couple thoughts, and then
Yeah.
we can jump
What
into
do you think? Like you're there, you work there directly. From your perspective, what do you think before I give it a crack?
Well, it really actually connects back to where you started us in this conversation, which is about radical change starts with the self. And it seems small and simple, but I think it's actually the place that I don't see the change happening, which is this like look inward. And I think there's this like I feel like, and I've been outside of museums now as a consultant for a couple of years, but it's given me this perspective to see this value gap that exists. I work with a lot of individual museum leaders and museum professionals. And when they take the time to reflect on what matters most, their sort of personal core values, you get all this stuff about, you know, what we've been talking about in terms of radical change. You hear kindness, compassion. People talk about centering community. People talk about, healing and care. But there's a misalignment. There's a gap with what institutions are doing. You know, with what all of these museum professionals, especially people in positions of power, are enacting in their museum practice. And so I think what I'm so interested in terms of some of these early steps for change, or these sort of crucial steps, is this process of self-examination, is this, you know, taking the time to look inward, to go through a process of self-inquiry, but then to see where is this aligning and not aligning with where our institution is going, with how our institution is behaving. I think one of the great conversations that has been happening now for years is this idea of empathetic institutions. And I think, how can an institution have more empathy? And I think that comes from museums are made of people. They don't only exist because of the people that make them up. And so that means that if those people focus in on their core values and see those reflected in the work they're doing for those institutions, we can start to make a lot more of this change. And I constantly am thinking about the words of community organizer here from the US, Grace Lee Boggs, who said something along the lines of, in order to transform the world, we need to transform ourselves first. So for me, a lot of this change kind of boils down to that internal work.
Makes sense. I think for me, the first step is let go. Let go, man. The traditional forms and ways of working are old. They're dead. They're gone. It's archaic. It's a new age. It's a new, and you need to shed the skin. Like that's how it feels to me. All these institutions, they began the process. They began the process with all the statements, everything I saw post BLM resurgence. Shed that skin, let it go, and start thinking in terms of how else can we function. Reimagine yourself, because that's how we grow. That's how we evolve as individuals, as a society, as a human race. Is we evolve, we grow, and we shed certain things that no longer serve us. And I think the old ways of working are no longer serving anybody, because now, COVID and the resurgence of BLM, it ripped everything wide open. We can see, the people who are doing the work. We can see the people who are just talking about doing the work, and we can see the people that aren't engaging with this kind of work, full stop whatsoever. And people's kind of radar is very, very potent now. People are calling the BS when they see it. Now there's no excuses, nothing to hide behind anymore. So I feel like it makes sense. It makes sense just at that level for institutions to be like, you know what, cool, let's build this again from the ground up and make sure that we have these voices and this lived experience represented in that rebuild, because it served, that's the way forward now. And I think that's a very practical and an easy thing to do, at least from my perspective. And I guess a lot of difficulty lies in the how. It's the how. It's easy to reimagine yourself and know where you want to get to and have that utopian vision. But the steps taken to get there is really where the work is. And talking about the work will never be the work. That's one important thing I learned in my kind of short time as an activist, is talking about the work is not the work. It's important and part of the process. Is not the work. The work is always going to be the work. So even if you still shed that skin and you have these visions and you have these action plans and all of this, you still have to actually do that work. And that takes a level of commitment and sustained working without burning yourself out, without causing more harm. and with being very transparent and honest throughout the process. Because again, I feel like institutions, sometimes they aim for perfection. You want to get it right all the time. You know, before you come public with something, it has to be polished and perfect. But that's not the way the world works. It's okay to say you don't have the answers. It's okay to say we need a hand here, or, you know, what does this look like? It's okay. That's how you get people invested in the process, by being transparent and honest and opening up and saying, look, you know, we haven't always done it right, or we've always done things this way, but we want to try it this way. How can we make that happen? Get the right voices in, get the right people in, and just get on with it. You know, it's just get on with it.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, and like I said at the very beginning, we're both so focused on just taking action, which is, I think, where a lot of this work, you know, where it all comes down to, I think, is, yeah, letting go. I like the phrase shedding the skin, just getting rid of all these old structures, and yeah, just taking action, making change, being vulnerable enough also to know, like, when you don't know. I wish so many times I wish museums could just say, like, I wish instead when they put out their official statements, they could just say, look, we don't know, like, we're working on this, but we're, you know, we need help. We need more, you know, people to come in and be part of this with us. Instead of these like polished PR statements, they probably spend thousands of dollars getting written up. So, we got about 10 minutes for questions, and I've seen some coming in. So I'm going to go back to the chat and sort of share them, and we can sort of maybe just take a really brief moment to tackle them. But this first one connects with what you were just talking about, which is like this idea of changing, you know, an institution kind of in its entirety. A question came in from Will that says, when so many museums and their entire premise, oh, here we go, an entire premise is formed on the back of colonialism, how can we move forward when an entire organization's existence may be built on the exploitation of another's culture?
Oh, big question. I don't think that should write off the process. I mean, there's entire nations built off of the exploitations of other people's culture and identity. Does that mean that you write that nation off? No. Again, it comes back to, you know, a lot of what museums are in the process of doing now, which is decolonizing their structures. And again, sometimes I've seen that word used in a way that really defangs or decontextualizes it. Decolonization is decolonization. It's not equity, diversity, and inclusion work. It's decolonization. And I think that begins with returning things that were stolen historically. You know, I'm half Nigerian from Benin. So much of our things were stolen, so much. And I'm seeing museums, you know, in the process of returning those things back. That's one way, you know, that's one way to do it. And I think, again, it comes back to similar to what we've touched on, that being transparent and open and honest to say, yeah, you know, this is where these things came from, or these legacies, but we are currently doing the work to undo all of that and to decolonize our structures. And sometimes, and that process has to come first before you build anything. You know what I'm saying? If you still, you know, if you still, you know, holding on to things that are not yours, how can you build something new from that? You know, you need to right your wrongs first. And I think museums need to really be stark and honest and right their wrongs from the things that were taken, and get that back, and do everything they can to work with specific nations to get, you know, their work back into the rightful hands.
Yeah, no, and I think some part of what I think is important around what you've talked about in terms of, you know, getting some of these objects back into the communities where they belong, where they've been taken from, in a lot of cases, like violently taken from, I think never should be based on what a museum is legally required to do. And here in the US, there are certain laws that set the bar really low in terms of returning objects, especially to indigenous communities. And there's so few museums that are just taking the approach of, let's do what's right. Let's do what we should do to honor, respect, and recognize the culture of indigenous communities, and that these objects really belong back in their communities of origin. And so, yeah, I mean, it all continues to come down to, like, you know, just having the right core values and doing the work based on those, and not waiting until you're sort of required to, or institutions sometimes wait until, like, you know, New York Times, or, you know, they're on the BBC, and you're like, oh, now we have to do something. No, that's way too late. Do it. Don't do it because you're going to get news attention. Do it because it's the right thing to do, and you need to be changing these colonial structures, like starting right now. A really interesting comment came in from Nigel, which is about this idea of democratization. And if a museum engages in the process of a democratization, that it would be those with the loudest voice that will be listened to and take center. So it ends up shifting the power base rather than a true democratization process. I might make like one little comment about that, but I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this too, because I think it's a really good kind of comment / question about democratization. Sometimes I don't love that word, democracy or democratization, and I'm here in a country that uses that word a lot, but isn't a democracy necessarily to its strictest sense. So, and I think for me, sometimes when I hear people use this word democratizing museums, it means kind of what you were saying, like, we're talking about equity, not equality. And sometimes people say, well, democratizing museums means everyone gets a voice, everyone gets to participate. And I think rather what I'm interested in is like centering voices, perspectives, lived experiences, knowledge, and expertise that has like specifically been shoved out of museums for so long. And and again, coming from, I'm a white man, and I think there are histories, narratives, perspectives, and stories that have been centered for so long and normalized, and created as the norms and, the important stories for so long, that I think it's time for those to not be necessarily in the same, the same level of, participation and part of this democratic process. I think there's a part of what I think museums, people in museums need to be doing is just deeply listening to those that have not been part of these conversations up until now. So instead of everyone having kind of an equal voice, we're kind of flipping the script and changing things and recentering and decentering kind of all at the same time. So it doesn't end up being sort of this pure democratic process or democratization. And I think I'm sure there's other words for it too, but I know that word is still a really popular one, at least in terms of how to change museums. What are your thoughts on kind of this idea of democratization of museums, and how does it just change the power structure to someone who's loudest, or how do we get the voices that have been excluded from this and need to be part of these processes and this rethinking of museums?
Yeah, it just reminds me of Foucault. Like, I remember reading Foucault and Gramsci in terms of like hegemonies of powers and relations of force and kind of these binaries that we have. And if change just means flipping the binary, you're bound to, on a long enough time, like bump into the same problem with just a different group in the center and another group on the margin. So I completely understand that kind of anxiety in terms of, well, if we just flip the script, and we need to live in a society where there isn't any hegemony. It doesn't mean that moving people to the center means then Black people become the power, or people who are deaf and disabled become the power, people who are neurodiverse. That we need to find ways that we can work without it still ending up in these kind of hegemonies where there's one particular group, no matter what group, that have this kind of power or that oppress any other group. And I think in a way, working within the arts and culture sector, obviously because of the innate nature of art and culture, I think we may have an easier time to ensure that doesn't happen. But that doesn't mean that there isn't still that risk of, a different kind of group ending up being the ones that are causing the marginalization. And I think it's a difficult question to answer, because again, like, it comes back to how we use terminology. Like, what is true democratization? Like, what is, like, I don't know. I don't have the answer to what true democratization looks like. I have an idea of what that feels like, or what I think that should look like to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the answer. And I think that's the whole point of kind of having these conversations and having those people in the room, is because you can kind of, from all of these different configurations and ideas of these big themes, you're going to get some kind of common ground that serves as many people as it possibly can. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get it fully right, if I'm going to be honest. It's difficult. This is human nature. We are flawed. We are flawed people, and there has to be a recognition that we are flawed and we are prone to slipping into these kind of old ways of working. But I don't think that should ever undermine us trying to make that difference. And I think in terms of the loudest voice, I don't know. In my experience, sometimes some of the most formidable people I've met are not necessarily the loudest voices in the room. And it's about recognizing that and cultivating that and ensuring that kind of, that there's a mutual respect. And it comes back to that radical kindness and that radical respect, to actually look at each other eye to eye. I am not above or below you. We are both equal stakeholders in our future, in our society, in how culture and art look like. And I fundamentally believe that if you have people that have those kind of core values, you'll avoid any kind of issue of getting, new hegemonies or new binaries of power. And I think that's probably the best way forward. And I think that's the closest thing, I think, in my mind, we can get to true democratization.
Hey, Andrew, I think we're out of time in terms of our conversation. There have been a lot of other questions and comments. In terms of them coming in, but
we could take
we'll have to figure out a way to answer them. And but it's been good. I think it's this conversation sparked some thinking. I just really appreciate it. I'm so grateful to have had the time to talk with you before today and have this conversation with you about just getting arts, culture, and museums to take action, do this work. Like you said, talking about the work isn't doing the work. And I really appreciate, these messages to get out there to institutions. I think, so many are really trying to figure out, how to stand in this work better, from a better place. So I think, making this sustained everyday change, opening up these institutions, letting go. There was a lot here that I think people can take away. So just gratitude and appreciation to having this time with you.
Yeah, same here. Really brilliant, and thank you. Thank you for inviting me onto the space. Thank you, Mike, as well. Really enjoyed talking with you, and this is a conversation that will be ongoing and keep developing. If anybody needs to kind of ever reach me or continue the conversation, I'm more than happy because it's important. So thank you, and I think we're handing over to Ness Thomas next from Welsh Museum Federation. So yeah, hope you enjoy the next sessions, and it's been a pleasure to be here.
Hello. Thank you very much, David, Andrew, and Mike, for their very powerful and inspiring session. I'm hoping we're all inspired to look at transforming the self and letting go. And I think there'll be more conversations following on from this session. And I wish I had more time to say thanks. The next session, entitled Bridging Community Divides, is a conversation between Carrie Canham, Ceredigion Museum Wales, and Rachel Platt from the Fraser History Museum in the US of A. So handing over now to Carrie and Rachel.
Diolch yn fawr, Nest, and thank you for the invitation here today. So I just wanted to give a little bit of background about myself and the museum. So my career started back in the mid-90s when I took on the new role of Community Exhibitions Officer at Brighton Museum, where I was facilitating community exhibitions for communities including the LGBTQ+ community, homeless people, football supporters, Brighton Society for the Blind. Did all this on a shoestring of a budget, but it was the first step into that commitment for me about the commitment to have diverse voices being represented in museums. And that commitment has grown in parallel with all the amazing community engagement work of other museums over the subsequent years. So it's very exciting to be part of this international conference today. And for those of you not familiar with Wales, I'm assuming some people might not be, I just wanted to quickly locate the museum geographically, because geography is important in the story that I'm going to talk about. So Ceredigion is the pale grey county on the west coast of Wales. It's a very rural county whose economy has always been heavily dependent on upland farming, with tourism becoming increasingly important. And the museum is located in a beautiful Edwardian theatre in Aberystwyth on the coast in the north of the county. And pre-pandemic, we were welcoming about 70,000 visitors a year, just to give you an indication of scale. So in April 2019, we held an exhibition called Sheep, curated by Alice Briggs, that deliberately utilised this iconic Welsh animal as a catalyst for building bridges between differing perspectives on the future of Mid Wales's uplands and to explore the history, heritage and culture of the landscape. We had exhibits from our own collection, internationally significant works from the Tate, such as Henry Moore's Sketches of Sheep, you can see on the top left there, prominent artists living in Wales, and a commissioned piece from by Ffion Jones, who, as both a Welsh-speaking farmer and an artist, was perfectly placed to engage with the largely isolated sheep farming community who have previously had very little engagement with the museum. So the working title for the exhibition was After Sheep with a question mark, which was deliberately intended to provoke discussion. But the closer we got to Brexit, and as the climate crisis has become more acute and radical solutions proposed for land use perceived as a threat by farmers, it became apparent that our working title was too provocative. In fact, the public dialogue around future land use and Brexit had become increasingly vitriolic and extreme, polarising our communities and creating palpable tensions. So, as part of the sheep exhibition, we had the Future Landscapes Symposium, and that was part of the activities programme. And the aim of the symposium was to bring together people from a wide variety of disciplines and perspectives to discuss issues in a mutually respectful and productive way. And it was a 2-day event consisting of visits to a variety of sites, presentations, panel discussions and workshops. And we had 65 people attending overall. We had artists, geographers, Extinction Rebellion, the National Farmers Union of Wales, Welsh Government, farmers, conservationists, scientists, a whole raft of different perspectives and agendas. So, for example, this is a slide presented by a freelance archaeological and heritage consultancy who challenged the notion that has been bandied around as part of the dialogue, that there is a natural state to which the landscape could return if it was left to rewild. And the symposium started where it should, in the uplands themselves. Delegates walked and talked and were introduced to the themes of the symposium. How do we promote rural enterprise whilst protecting the environment? What can we learn from historic land management, and who needs to be part of the ongoing dialogue? The symposium utilised several locations, which was crucial to creating a balanced experience for the participants. It was important that no single agenda predominated. The museum was considered, even if it isn't, it was considered neutral and therefore safe. But there was some anxiety about attendance. I asked one participant whether she was enjoying the symposium, and she said that she'd relaxed now. And I asked her, were you nervous before? And she said, yes, I'm a farmer, and I was worried I was going to get a bit of a kicking. That was her word. So that was how vulnerable she felt entering that space. Diana Reynolds, who's the Sustainable Development Change Manager for Welsh Government, who facilitated the group discussions, commented to me that she didn't think any of the organisations present could have pulled the event off, as each had an agenda and therefore would have alienated or provoked those with other agendas. So instead, we had created a mutually respectful context for deep conversations, a far cry from the polemic rhetoric of some of the special interest group meetings that some staff had previously experienced. Our only frustration was the limited time we had. At the end of the symposium, we had trouble getting people to leave. Conversations were continuing, people were making links, making arrangements to meet, really talking and listening to each other. A legacy of the project has been monthly people's practice meetings at the museum, and these are a hub for sharing ideas, networking and exploring issues around the climate crisis. And it's facilitated strictly to enable everyone to contribute and to feel safe in the space. A key feature of the success of these gatherings was that we could share food and connect with each other. We moved online during the pandemic, but it didn't have the same impact, so we're waiting for the restrictions to fully lift before starting up again. So that's a quick introduction to Ceredigion Museum and the Sheep Project. And now I have the great privilege of handing over to Rachel Platt from Louisville Museum in Kentucky to introduce her work building community bridges. And although our museums are continents apart, ours is rural, hers is urban, she's got from a large museum, we're from a small museum. Our preliminary discussions have drawn out some interesting parallels in our practice and experiences. So over to you, Rachel.
All right, Carrie, thank you so much. And what a delight it has been getting to know you. So thank you all so much for inviting me. I'm really honored to be part of this international discussion on bridging the divides all the way from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm still not sure exactly how you heard about our program, but I am certainly pleased that you all did and invited me. I am Rachel Platt. I'm the Director of Community Engagement at the Fraser History Museum in Louisville, Kentucky. Before that, I had a long career in journalism as an anchor and a reporter with nearly 30 years of it right here in Louisville, Kentucky. I was looking for a second chapter in 2019, as a matter of fact, exploring options out of the field of journalism. At the same time, this museum that I'm in right now was looking to expand its programming and its mission, and perhaps bridge some divides in the community right here in Louisville. We both decided that it would be a good fit for me to work at the museum in a newly created role that utilized my skill set in storytelling, years of contacts in the community, leading conversations, and a sense of trust in the community after 30 years of working here. Now, before I start talking about our program in particular, our programming, I want you to understand a little bit about the geography of where the museum is located. You're looking at it right there. Why it's so significant, actually historically significant. You can see it's at 9th Street in Maine. Well, that here in Louisville, Kentucky is known as the 9th Street Divide, separating the demographically distinct east and west sides of Louisville. It is a separation that has us listed in some studies as the 4th most racially segregated city in the country here. I want to show you a picture that was taken from a drone that shows the actual divide with the interstate. And you can see it at the top of your screen there with the interstate there. The west end of Louisville is literally cut off by the interstate, literally and figuratively as well, with many policies that have been in place for decades with redlining and things like that. There is a real reckoning going on in our city right now, and the museum is certainly part of it. The programming that I began was simply named Let's Talk Bridging the Divide. It was programming that was meant to bridge our racial divides, but not just that, but to have tough conversations about many divides that have included everything from health disparities, women's issues, hate crimes, voter suppression, gay marriage, veterans, and mental health, just to name a few. Bridging the Divide laid the groundwork for those tough conversations, developing the space to talk, to challenge, to disagree, and look for common ground as a community. Our audiences for each program continued to grow since I started it in 2019. Then in March of 2020, COVID really hit. On the heels of that, just days later, a young Black woman named Breonna Taylor was killed in her home during a police raid here in Louisville, touching off protests in the streets of Louisville and questions about police accountability. The divides in our city grew much wider. Our conversations were about to get more difficult and more combative. We decided to do a program on policing and social justice. It would be a virtual program because of COVID. It would include protesters, police, members of our city council. It was perhaps one of the most difficult conversations to date. Some thought we shouldn't have that conversation at all. There was pushback, but I thought we had to start talking at some point as a community, and we did. Those conversations continue now on policing and social justice. There is still distrust, and there is still healing that's going on in our community, but we have become a safe space for conversation here at the museum. I want to let you all know we also modified a previous planned exhibit at the museum and expanded it during this time because of what was happening in our community. It is called West of 9th, Race, Reckoning, and Reconciliation. In addition to our programming, we wanted to make sure that our exhibits were also becoming more diverse, telling a deeper and richer history of our community, and some that involves very tough truths with policies that have certainly hurt segments in our community. As we expand our programming and our exhibits, we're seeing a more diverse audience come into this museum, perhaps seeing themselves for the very first time in our museum. And we are not alone in that introspection as a museum with our programming, our exhibits, what lens that history is told through. There is definitely a reckoning, as I said, in this city, but also in our country that continues to unfold. Because we had started our programming in 2019, prior to COVID, prior to Breonna Taylor, we were already established as a place to have those conversations. And I think that really helped us, that we had already laid some of that groundwork. A recent program I just did is Where We Can Find Hope. We called that program Change Makers and focused on a group of people who are leading by example in our community. 2 women who are leading the charge of economic development in the West End, and others who lead with the Fund for the Arts, Metro United Way, and the Rotary Club. All people of color who are holding those positions for the very first time. I have other programs coming up in the next few months, Bridging More Divides, and I look forward to those conversations as well. Another image that I wanted to show you signals another change in our museum, and that is history through the lens, of course, of different perspectives. For instance, in our exhibit on Kentucky, we have Daniel Boone represented, whose expedition party in 1775 came into the area now known as Kentucky. So we have his story, but coupled with that, we now have Dolly represented as well. She was an enslaved woman in that expedition party who was responsible for the cooking and packing up of the parties, a crucial role in that expedition, and later became one of the first African-American women to live in Kentucky. It is another way that we are bridging divides in our history as we continue to look for a multitude of ways to tell the bigger story, and certainly with more diverse voices telling those stories as well. So with that said, Carrie was going to come back in. We had some questions for each other, then we were going to open them up for the audience. And one question that we wanted to ask each other, Carrie, I know we have talked a couple of occasions leading up to this and had all sorts of questions for each other. But the first question we both wanted to answer is the role of museums changing and how. So Carrie, I'll let you start if you're okay with that.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that the previous presentation and David Anderson's introduction illustrate that much better than I can. You know, I think this move towards museums becoming activist museums is really interesting. And Mike and Andrew's discussion about democratizing museums illustrates a really fundamental change in the perception of the role of museums, which is really interesting. So, but I think I can best answer that question from the perspective of my own museum, of Ceredigion Museum, and the team here. And we've had a very long commitment to community engagement and change making. And I think that and also within the context of having to report against the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act that Wales has, and the Museums Change Lives Museum Association campaign, which has been going on for 10 years. I think that the commitment hasn't really changed, but perhaps the understanding of the nature of that commitment and explorations of how to meet that commitment may be changing. And I certainly think that with the sheep exhibition, we opened up these dialogues and a new way of operating. So we went from wanting to reflect our communities and engage our communities into this role of almost becoming a broker between communities with differing opinions. So that's changed quite a lot. And I was really interested to hear Mike and Andrew also talking about values and core values, because that's something that's also come out as part of our evolving practice, is we are now looking at how shared values can be that common ground across the board, across all of our collections, across all of our activities. And we're embarking on a project called Perthyn, which is belonging in Welsh. So it's very exciting for us. You know, it's an iterative and evolutionary process. How about you, Rachel?
You know, what's interesting, Carrie, I've only been in the museum, industry business for 3 years. So mine is a fairly new putting the toe in the water. And certainly just in the 3 years that I've been in it, I have seen that evolution that you were just talking about. And what I loved about the last session that you were referring to is if museums sometimes would just say, we're working on it. We know we don't have it completely right. I think that transparency is really important, because when a lot of things started unfolding in our community and we weren't sure how to respond and what we should do, I mean, that is how everybody felt. And I think that honesty is appreciated by people. One thing that I've seen just in our own museum as well, Carrie, that you said, is the change in some of our programming, but also in the exhibitions and how we're moving forth with those, and different thought processes that are going into them, which I think entirely healthy. For instance, we're getting ready to open a new exhibit called The Commonwealth. And just who you bring to the table to discuss what history you're going to tell, what voices are you bringing, what lens are you telling it through, is definitely something that I'm seeing more and more of. And I think we're getting much better at it as a museum. I don't think that's always been the case with what stories you were telling and whose perspective and those kinds of things. For instance, definitely Indigenous people will be a huge part of this story here in Kentucky. Abe Lincoln will be in the Commonwealth, but on the flip side of that, and so will Henry Clay, who was a notable Kentuckian. On the flip side, though, we'll have Madeline McDowell Breckinridge, who was a suffrage orator and a progressive reformer. So her voice will now be heard in that. We also have Chief Nan Halima. She was a Shawnee chief. As a female, it was very unusual to be a chief back in those days. So her story will be told, both inspiring and tragic. And then Henry Hyman, who was a businessman, one of the first Jewish immigrants to the city of Louisville from Berlin, he'll be represented. And I think that is an evolution here at this museum about how we're telling stories, who we're bringing to the table at the onset to help get information about these stories, to make sure that there's much more diversity and different lenses being represented in our museum. And it's been good because we're seeing new people come into our museum. And I think that's been one of the most things that I'm proud of, is I think people are seeing themselves in this museum for the first time, who perhaps haven't felt, seen in these spaces. And that's a huge change that we're seeing. And I have to say, a really positive one. Question 2, Carrie, I had for you. Tell me more about with sheep, which I thought was just so fascinating, and some of the struggles that you all had about heritage and culture and land use and how you balanced all those. You used largely, in part, artists with that exhibit. How did they help spur conversation, and how did they even really, in some instances, I think, challenge?
Well, the whole sheep project was framed around art, and it was on 3 levels. Really, we were very fortunate to have some high-profile loans of internationally important artists from the Tate, which was a real coup for a rural museum in mid Wales. So we had works by Henry Moore, is probably one of the most famous, and Joseph Baars, and so we had these really amazing artworks which acted as a hook to get a broader audience in, and then we also juxtaposed those with our own collection of agricultural tools, and also Welsh artists that had been using sheep as a theme in their own practice. And then thirdly, what we did was we actually commissioned an artist, like I mentioned in the beginning there, so the art was incredibly important. And I knew from our conversations before that you were going to ask me this question, and I want to quote my colleague Alice Briggs, who was the curator of the exhibition, because I think she puts it so perfectly in the report on the project, which everybody can find on the internet and see some of the presentations from the symposium. But thinking about artists, Alice wrote, artists, whether writers, poets, musicians, performers, or visual artists, are often at the intersection between ideas, science, people, and politics in a way that other communicators can only hope to come close to. And I think that's really fundamental. So that the artists were storytellers, they were provocateurs, they were interpreters of this, of the topics we were looking at, and having it in that form through that medium kind of created a safe space, a safe way of engaging with the topics through this incredible creativity. So, you know, a nice example was a local artist called Miranda Wall. She wrapped herself in sheepskins and strapped about a dozen GoPros to herself, and then literally crawled 10 kilometers across upland terrain to experience the landscape from a sheep's perspective, and to really have a very close and intimate view of the ecology. And she called her piece Woolly Maggot. And that's because there, you know, some of the negative perceptions of sheep farming, you know, that sheep have been called woolly maggots in sort of negative discourse around them. But so it was a serious piece of work, but it was fun, you know, it was funny, and it was an opportunity to open those conversations, and it was wonderful to invite the farming community in to experience this artwork that they would never experience in other contexts, and to get them to start thinking creatively and sort of with an open mindset around the exhibition and its topics. And then as you were, you know, when you were just saying about people seeing themselves represented for the first time in the Fraser History Museum, the piece that Fionn did as a commission for us, the farmers that she worked with literally gazed at the viewer with an incredibly direct view, and you know, here I am, this is my story, and I think it was so incredibly powerful and inclusive for people to see themselves like that and their communities, and it brought so many people in who hadn't been in before. So yeah,
I agree, because that's kind of what we're seeing, a similarity in, like you said, is just bringing in those different perspectives, how people are responding to that and coming to the museum for the first time. And I don't know about you, we're certainly getting feedback, you know, some good, some bad, you know, with everything. We're going to talk about pushback a little bit later, but I love that from the perspective of the artist, the woolly maggot that you said, just to kind of show that, because only an artist would come up with that, right? To show that perspective. And I bet that was fascinating.
Yeah, it was really wonderful. Yeah, and you know, and I you know, I find your project absolutely fascinating too. And one thing that I'm very interested in is about What sort of skills? Because you had your career was in journalism for 30 years before coming into museums. So you're coming into that museum space with a very different perspective. And I'm just wondering which of your journalistic skills or perspectives or viewpoints do you think has been most helpful in your work?
Well, it's really interesting because they seem like they are so completely unrelated. But what I have found is the skill sets that I developed as a journalist have actually transferred very nicely. I wrote some down just to kind of get my brain in that mode. Certainly contacts that I have in the community after 30 years of covering stories. When it comes time to going, all right, we're going to do this program now. Who are some voices who should be represented? The good news is I have vast contacts after 30 years. If I don't know who should be in it, I know who to call to help inform that decision. So that has been a real gift with my phone and contacts, that I still have people in the industry of TV calling me and going, "You've got the best Rolodex in town. Give me some of those phone numbers that you have," because I saved every phone number from people I've met over the past 30 years. Access, I would say, has proven to be a benefit because people are familiar with me and familiar with my work. It's been good to open doors to get people to talk with me because that's what I did for 30 years in covering stories. So that's been a real plus in this new position. Interviewing and moderating skills have come in handy. I mean, I covered stories for 30 years and asked questions of people, and I'm still doing that. It's just a different way of storytelling in museums. Really how to promote conversations and market them, and even to get the media here to cover these stories and these issues, because I've been in the business and kind of know what they need and they want. That's been very helpful to get coverage for some of the things. Writing skills, certainly, with doing programs and things like that. And one skill that was in the last session that I think is probably the most underrated of all is listening. I think listening to what people have to say, listening to their viewpoints, listening to what they want and what they want to see. And I don't think we do enough listening. And I think that I learned that early on in a story that I covered as a journalist. If I'm so busy worried about what my next question is, that I've lost perhaps the best answer of a person and what they've said that leads to so much more of a discussion. So that has always been a valuable lesson for me as a journalist. And finally, when COVID hit, one thing that helped us tremendously here at the museum, we shut down on a Friday. We pivoted to all virtual content on that Monday and started a newsletter that went out every day with virtual content. We ended up running the museum almost like a newsroom. The president here of our museum also is a former journalist who I actually worked with at the TV station. So we turned the museum into a newsroom. And to this day, that newsletter continues. Now it's once a week. We have guest contributors and writers, and we focus on things in the museum, outside of the museum, and those kinds of things. And it's turned into a publication for us virtually that will stick around. My guess is forever. We have 40,000 people who now get it and seem to really like it. Had I not had that background, that would have been a very difficult venture, but my journalism credentials came in quite handy with that. So that helps answer some of it, Carrie. I don't know if you had any more for me on that particular, but I sent you a copy of what we call the Fraser Weekly, and it's, on exhibits, it's on artifacts, it's on a little bit of everything, really.
And it keeps those, you were saying about the importance of your phone and your Rolodex contacts, and I think that is a really crucial point, that you to be able to foster these conversations, you need to be really well networked. You really need to know people and organizations and be able to bring them in. And I think your newsletter is carrying that on really well.
And that's what you said, and to know different voices, right? I mean, and that's one thing in that 30 years of a profession covering, all different parts of town, all different sections of our community, that is diverse voices as well. I know another question we wanted to ask each other, and I get asked it often, have you received any pushback for doing things differently? And I'll let you answer that one first, Carrie.
Well, yes, we did receive some pushback. Like I mentioned in the presentation, our working title for the project, which took a good 2 years to develop, was After Sheep with a question mark. And I think that did push some buttons quite strongly. We didn't realize quite the strength of feeling around that at the time. And yes, I had some quite strong pushback from the head of one organization, who sent me several long emails about what a museum should do, and that we shouldn't be poking those buttons, basically. We managed to agree to disagree through a series of emails. And then we included that person. So we facilitated our discussions in a World Cafe style, and asked him to host one of the tables, and then delegates moved around and spoke to different people. So the pushback actually came before the event and the exhibition, but the outcome afterwards was incredibly positive, and that particular person had changed their perception. So how about you? How about any pushback you've experienced?
Absolutely. When we were going to have the conversation on policing and social justice, it was a really emotional time in our community after Breonna Taylor was shot and killed during a police raid. The one photograph that we showed earlier that showed a man talking to a police officer, and there were obvious high emotions in that picture. We had used that picture to promote that conversation. The gentleman in that picture who was talking to the police officer was very upset that we used that picture. We were within our rights because it was a public space that the picture was taken. The local newspaper had published it. But I saw him comment on social media and was very upset. I, through people I know, found out who it was, got his phone number, and called him. He was upset we used his picture, and then he was upset we were going to have the conversation. He thought it was too soon. He thought there was too much distrust with police, and we were having police at the table. And he was opposed to that at first. It was a very long and difficult conversation, but I basically said, I don't think we can talk about distrust of police and not have police at the table at that point as well, in order to move forward. He did not take part in the conversation, but ended up supporting that we were doing the conversation. And it was just through long talks and listening and negotiating and working through that. I've had other people write the museum saying I should be fired, that we're too woke, all of those kinds of things. And I'll go back to my TV career. We got emails like that all of the time. You usually got for it, against. If you landed somewhere in the middle, you were probably where you should be. So definitely there has been pushback with different programs, without a doubt.
How do you cope with that personally?
Does it bother you? Of course it does, to a certain degree, but I feel like the work is good and that we're doing what we should be doing. And anytime you have conversations like that, you're going to get pushback. I got used to that kind of pushback in the profession I had before this one. So, you just move forward, knowing that you're doing the right thing with the work. And that's just kind of how it goes. I mean, I don't know about you. What about with you?
Well, it's about keeping your integrity, isn't it? And I think that's the key thing, and I know we were talking a little bit about, takeaways from our experiences, and definitely that was one of them, is about, keeping your integrity, being brave, not being too afraid, really, to take this work on. And really the absolutely key thing of good facilitation skills. You know, there's a practical aspect to this work, and I acknowledge that I don't have those skills. I know you do, because that's your background. Everything's brought you to this point. So, you know, for us as a museum, one of the takeaways for us was not doing it alone. Don't feel that you've got to do everything alone. You know, co-produce this the process, and make sure that you've got the skills that you require.
You know, and those have come through in a conversation that we had a couple of months ago when we had the police chief here. It's the new police chief. There were people in the audience. It became heckling. It became non-productive. And for the first time in a conversation like that, I had to go up and say something to someone. Certainly, I am a full believer in First Amendment and expression and all of the above, but it just became where it wasn't conducive to a conversation. I did say something, that person did get upset and they left, but it left me with the lesson that moving forward, I probably would start conversations now and do with ground rules. This is going to be a respectful space. We all have to agree to that when we come into this space. And as I think back on the last session before us, you know, I am human. I haven't gotten everything right, nor will I, but I'm working on getting it better with each time we do something. So lessons learned for me, even though I've been in that space, you know, with interviewing and all of the above for 30 years. I mean, you just, you know, things happen that you don't anticipate, you don't expect, and you want to be respectful of everybody, but you also need to keep the space as a safe space that people feel comfortable coming and having that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely key. And I think part of making it a safe space is around the people that you're engaging with trusting you. So I know we've only got about a minute left, but I think it would be really interesting for everybody to hear your perspective on building trust. You know, how do you build trust? What kind of practical tips can you give us?
And again, I think I have a little bit of just the work that I did in that space for a long, long time. But I think it really is just by doing the work, doing it well, and listening and evolving. I think those would be probably the most important things that I would think moving forward. I don't know what you feel about that. You know, when I was thinking about it, you know, you make it about the issue. It's not about the institution. It's about, you know, serving the public and how can we get through this and that community building. And are you the space that you're having those conversations? I think just having the conversations personally is part of that building the trust. Sometimes they're tough conversations. It's sometimes easier not to have them, right? But you're in it and you're doing the best you can. And I think people respect that. At least that's what I found from my perspective in our city. How about you?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything. I think the thing to bear in mind is how much time it can take to build trust as well. This isn't something that you can do quickly, that you need to put in the legwork before you bring people together, I think is part of it. And I think that having your mission very blatant, so people know who you are, is really fundamental as well. So yeah, I think that's and spending time talking and making people feel comfortable with you.
One point I would add on to that is, and I stressed it a couple of times in my remarks at the beginning, the fact that we were doing those conversations that they started in 2019 really did help us, because when COVID hit and then when the protests started here after the killing of Breonna Taylor, had we not done that legwork a year ahead of time and already having those conversations, I think it could have appeared opportunistic. People smell that and they know that. And I think the timeline for us was very important, that we were already doing that work before all of that took place. Because when people started joining in there were question marks. People were suspect of why now? Where have you been? You know, all of those things. And you have to be careful of that. And that's where listening and not responding to everything, and just sometimes listening and taking that step back and figuring it out also is important as well.
And maintaining your networks, so you're not just dropping people or organizations after, you know, you've had your conversation, that there's a continuity, that there's a legacy to it, you know. And for us, you know, the legacy is building into this Perthyn project that we're taking forward, so people will already know us and our intentions. So I think we might have run out of time.
Well, we'll turn that over. I know there are some questions from the audience here, so we'll turn it over to them and figure out what we're doing next. Does that work?
Yeah, I knew we could talk. We could keep going for
I've
another
got
hour.
a couple more questions, but I can jump in if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you both so much. Incredible talks and incredible projects. And you're doing such vital work within your communities. It's really amazing to see what you're doing. We do have some questions from the audience. You have covered some of this question from Clements, which says that both of your endeavours to foster conversation between opposing sides on such a range of issues is truly admirable. How do you ensure that it remains two-sided and not only monologues from each side to express grief and anger? What's your secret to success in fostering mutual understanding? And how do you measure the effectiveness, effectiveness of the success and what you're trying to achieve?
Terry, I didn't know if you wanted to jump in first.
There was a lot of questions in there. I think you've covered some of the initial one, but maybe looking at the how do you measure?
Interesting, yeah.
How do you measure? That's a very good question. I mean, we always build evaluation into our projects, and it's quite good to get an external evaluator if you possibly can, because people will be perhaps more honest about if they've had not enjoyed their experience or got something out of it with you. But I guess the measure for us is just the continued activity, the legacy of the project. So as I said in our presentation, that we have been doing these monthly people's practice meetings at the museum before lockdown, but a spin-off was also another group who also called Cynefin, which is the theme of this conference today. You know, and they are continuing the conversations that were initiated in the symposium. So yeah, Rachel, what do you think?
I absolutely agree with you on evaluations. I mean, we do that as well. We send out notes the next day. Oftentimes we get people to respond. People showing up, the audience continues to grow, the audience continues to get more diverse. And those are things that we look at as well. I would say even who shows up to the programs. We did a recent one on diversity in our public schools here. And that night we had principals, we had school board members, we had people just in the community, parents. So I look and ask questions of who's in the audience sometimes just to get a show of hands about things, just to give me direct feedback so I can kind of feel like, who are we reaching and who are we talking to make sure that I'm hitting people I think that we should be, to make sure that it is one of those diverse conversations. And I would think another thing for us has been the people approaching us to partner in these programs who like and believe in what we're doing. That's been another way that we can measure, I guess, the success of those programs, if that's what you want to call them. I hate to use that term, but I think, is it resonating probably would be the better way of saying that. And those are just some of the markers that I use to go, are we doing what we're hoping to be doing here? If that helps at all.
Great. And I think we just have time for one more question, actually, before we finish, which is, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Huayan, a very interesting topic. This is a question which says, basically, I'm from China. In many cities nowadays, new museums and galleries are being built as part of new real estate with the purpose to bring art and culture to a community. However, often the result is questionable. Maybe a lack of experienced management or less power in the right of speech. How do you think that new museums could better act as bridges in communities? Do you have any advice?
Carrie, thoughts? I don't know if you wanted to start.
I think that it's tricky because it's tricky to know the wider context, but I think it's about, you know, what the previous conversation about power and where the power resides, and making sure that power is spread more evenly. So it takes a commitment, I think, from the management. But perhaps I think another thing that is a really good thing to do is just to see what other museums are doing as well, because there's so much great practice. I mean, museums are endlessly endlessly kind of developing and evolving, and I think just keeping in touch with developments on a worldwide, which is, you know, what's so wonderful about ICOM, giving that sort of opportunity to do that. Yeah, Rachel, what do you think?
You know, just listening to this conversation and the past conversation and some of the thoughts of there's kind of no going back now. I tend to agree with that. And I think museums who don't do this kind of work are going to be in the minority now. I think it is the expectation to a degree now. And I think it will be difficult not to be able to bridge divides in your community in some way. Just in the past 3 years since I've been part of this museum, I've seen so many cultural institutions in our community certainly pivot, and I think positive ways to do this kind of work. And I think if you don't, I really do think you might be left behind in this new kind of way of doing business. I really do.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you so much. We are very, very shortly running out of time. We just have a couple of minutes left, but I just wondered if there was anything else, any parting thoughts that you wanted to leave with the audience, part of your experience.
One thing I wanted to say, Carrie, real fast, one question we didn't get to, and it's a hot potato, is can museums be too political? And I wondered your thoughts on that just in closing, because I've been reading different articles. Even people I talk to within this museum have different perspectives on that. So your thoughts?
Well, you know, I think after museums are political, whatever they do. You know, silence is a political statement. You know, not challenging things is a political statement. And I think that David Anderson's introduction to this afternoon was such a brilliant, a brilliant kind of overview of how museums, you know, they're not separate to the political terrain and landscape. They're absolutely dead center in it, and as such, I think we have a duty to act in that way. So you know, I'm certainly inspired this afternoon to declare Ceredigion an activist museum. But you're right. But what my colleagues and probably more importantly, what my senior management think about that. You know, there's a wonderful woman called Elaine Herman-Gertin. I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but her advice to a group that she was talking to was sometimes you have to be a bit of a rascal. So I think that we you know, I think we can all be a bit of a rascal and you know, we are political beings. How about you, Rachel?
Well, I love being a rascal with you, so I'm good with that. And I agree with you. I think everything is politicized now. No matter what you do, it is going to be viewed as political, period. I think we've seen that through COVID with masks, with anything. Even our policy on wearing a mask into the museum became a political statement. So I maintain everything is, and I just, my bottom line is I want to be a space where people can see themselves, come for community discussion, and be a hub in the community to the betterment of our community and people. And if that's political, I'm a rascal.
Yeah. Brilliant closing words. Thank you. Thank you so much for your talk. We've been inspired. And now we're going to hand over to Nest and Catherine to end the day.
Hello, Nest.
Hello.
Gosh.
Well, what a wonderful day. It's been fantastic.
What were your main takeaways, Nest?
There are so many of them, isn't there? And I'm so pleased that, you know, the Federation of Wales is a part of this on this international platform showcasing what museums do. It's so wide-ranging. I'll start with the climate change one. You know, what a very well thought out, presented. We're talking about people here who really understand the topics. I mean, Dr. Christian Baars, I know we mentioned he's working now in the Liverpool Museum, but he did start in the National Museums of Wales. And, you know, he has a PhD in the evolution of the Earth atmospheric composition. You know, he knows what he's talking about. And you have the caliber of the discussion today shared for this conference. You know, it triggered a lot of prompting in the comments as well. And, you know, they really are addressing climate change. You know, they're looking at, you know, consulting with communities. They're looking at the carbon footprints. They're actually interrogating what they're doing, what they're purchasing. And they're also competitive about their work.
Yes. Well, my takeaway was the deep regret that I'm not in Wales, able to chat in person and now go and walk out and go and have a coffee or a drink or just meet all these amazing speakers. It's so disappointing. But on that same note, I couldn't help but be impressed when Nigel Sadler, who kind of introduced the recipients of the awards, and just how much value literally going to meet and see their international projects, how much it added to their work on their return. I mean, I know I knew that, but with COVID, I'd maybe forgotten it. And it just made me feel that the sooner we get that face-to-face exchange back, alongside online, of course, but the better. And it really struck home to me that ability, that richness that comes with being able to actually meet and see a project. Do you agree with that, Ness? Because that's something that's to me.
Absolutely. And I think the benefits perhaps of having it online for now is I think maybe more people have been introduced to some of this work. And what I'm really hoping, it's inspiring people then when we can go out to other conferences, you know, in other countries, it'll inspire people to really engage more and more. And also there's been so many topics today, whether it's, you know, specific climate change or talking about the football and the ships, the conservation, their stories, the activism, you know, how trailblazing in a way. We're starting out in Wales with the curriculum, you know, having Andrew and Mike having that conversation, you know, telling us to, you know, we need to let go. We need to really look at ourselves. You know, how inspiring was that? And powerful.
It really was. And I so enjoyed those Welsh-American conversations that we've had this afternoon. They were fantastic. And again, such different approaches and yet such added value to that conversation. So that was yet another takeaway. It's hard to pick out everything of the day, but those were, I suppose, some standout moments for me.
Yes, and I think the words that were coming through were things like, listening, trust, bridging communities. In the last session, we're talking about difficult things to, having those difficult conversations, and are you prepared to have them, and having that resilience and that belief in doing them, and providing spaces, for museums to allow those discussions to take place, and, really engaging with communities.
Yes. Well, I think we've had some amazing projects from Wales and some incredibly rich conversations internationally, which is the theme and the scope of our conference. But we're not quite ready to finish the day yet. And Dana has posted the networking Zoom sessions in the chat box. We very much hope you'll join us. And from me, it's thank you all for attending and goodbye. And I'm going to hand over to you, Nest, to say a final goodbye.
Wel, na jyst droi'r Gymraeg ychydig. Diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb am gymryd rhan. Thank you everybody for taking part today, listening and presenting. I think it's been an incredible day and I'm really looking forward tomorrow. So, gwelch chi gyd fory. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Diolch yn fawr.